Hey everybody, thanks for joining. It's about 2 minutes before Christina and I start the show. We do kind of want to hear from our moderator, but we will power through this one way or another.
Good morning, Mike.
Hey, there he is.
Good. Wait, morning, no, afternoon, no, what time is it there?
Yeah, sorry, I didn't think that through, did I?
No, you're good. I don't even know.
Well, technically it's
Fitz and I
morning
both
for
been up
all
all
of
night.
us. It's just like 1 a.m. in the morning for me and 4 a.m. for Christina.
Okay, so for all three of us, it's still dark.
It actually is more, it's a civilized morning for you, sir. That would be the main difference.
Yeah, so basically I am sort of pulling double duty, moving between two different sessions.
That's quite all right.
Hence the slight delay. But yes, you're welcome to get started as and whenever you see fit, although I look at the bottom, we have about 15, 16, 17 people so far.
Yep, and there's another person and another person. I think, I mean, I've used this analogy to death, but it still holds true, so I'm not about to stop. I think we're going with the microwave popcorn technique, which is we wait for 15 seconds between pops. Once that happens, it's ready.
Cool.
So if no one joins in the next, 15 seconds, maybe 30 seconds, we'll get started. Unless you would suggest waiting longer.
No, I think, it's quite a compressed time frame. So
well, there's that. Plus, culture matters. And, well, we are, just from looking at name origins, I see people across the European map in attendance. Germans are sort of known for being exceptionally punctual. Other cultures within Europe are a bit more diffused in their perception of time. This is not a value judgment. I'm just noticing that there is a difference. However, if I saw no one but Germans on the call, I would start right this second. But I am seeing people from all over the map, and that is a wonderful and very nice thing. I'm curious if anyone on the call is outside of Europe. Because if you aren't in Europe, why are you up this early or late, as the case may be? All right, I think we're at a nice number of people having tuned in, and it's 3 minutes after the top of the hour. I think, Christina, you feeling good?
I'm okay. Can you hear me okay?
I can.
Okay, good.
All right, well, let's get started then. Here we go. Oh, wait, I'm seeing a chat window. Good morning from South Africa. And someone is in Australia and Poland and Switzerland. Hey, this is great. But I am correct. No North Americans. Other than Christina and me, because, we're the instructors and we're kind of crazy. So I need Germany as well. Excellent. I just need to say a couple of things. Thing number one is whichever one of us is not talking will monitor the chat window. Whoever is talking will obviously be focusing on slides and or demos. So we'll try to do the right thing as much as we possibly can, but we may not see your chat instantly. But yes, absolutely, do the raise hand or type in the chat window, and we'll try and address it right away. The second thing is Christina is in Atlanta, or the Atlanta area, and therefore on North American Eastern Time. She is 6 hours away from most of you. I, however, am in Seattle. I'm 9 hours away from all of you. It's 1 a.m. I'm going to yawn from time to time. I don't know if there's anything I can do about it. I'm apologizing in advance and hoping I'm among friends. I'm sure I can stay awake the entire time. This would not be the first time I've ever pulled an all-nighter. However, I'm totally going to be yawning from time to time. Hopefully not in the middle of talking, but it could happen. So thank you for bearing with me. I promise not to fall asleep while talking. That I'm sure I can make sure I don't do. All right. Let's get this done. Time to begin with some slides. And let's go. Christina, can you see my slides?
Yes, I can.
Excellent. So hello, everybody, and welcome to hanging out with Christina and Fitz for 6 hours. This is a learning workshop on business processes with the Power Platform and WEBCON BPS. A couple of things housekeeping-wise that must be done. First of all, look, this has been a crazy year. It's probably going to continue to be a crazy year. But one of the things that we hope is, even if next year is still a little crazy, that we're still going to be able to get together in Wiesbaden in June. I'm hoping for a vaccine, and I'm hoping for travel to be eased up and all that stuff so that Christina and I can join you. And so knock on wood, hopefully we'll get there in June. Otherwise, there's the European Cloud Summit, which is going to be in Mainz, just across the river from Wiesbaden, and that will be in September. And I'm feeling pretty darn good that one's going to happen. In fact, I feel hopeful. I feel hopeful about June. I feel not only hopeful, but fairly confident about September. So let's see, fingers crossed. In some cultures, it's fingers crossed. In some cultures, it's holding my thumb. I know it's all over the map, but that's what's going on. Now, a couple of other things. Tomorrow, the 27th of October, there's European Networking Day. And that's actually going to be pretty cool because it's a networking event, and there will be virtual booths, and the whole thing is being done with virtual reality. I am really, really impressed with what people have done here. So if you've got, it's web-based. If you don't have an Oculus device or you don't have a Windows machine, but one way or another, look, we're doing this, and it's going to be fun. And what WEBCON is sponsoring this particular workshop today. We also have a booth tomorrow. I think this is going to be quite a lot of fun. So details, networkingday.eu, that's where you want to go. There's a community reunion. There's an exclusive concert. A live leaderboard. All kinds of very, very cool things. You really need to check this out. And there will be prizes. So please, please, please do this. I'm going to leave this. Actually, during the lunch break, we'll have these slides running in a loop. So you will not miss out on the details for this. I just wanted to stick these up here, right now. All right, let's get going. About us. If some of you already know who we are, then thank you. That's very kind of you. But a couple of things. I'm talking already, so I'll do me first. Mike Fitzmaurice. That's how you spell my name. You pronounce it Fitzmaurice. Actually, it's usually just Americans that have trouble pronouncing it. But in any case, my preferred pronouns are he and him. And you're looking at me on camera, I think, maybe down in a little corner or something like that effect. But yeah, I kind of look like this when I'm cleaned up very nicely, and when I'm a disembodied avatar, that's my disembodied avatar. That's close enough. For those of you that are wondering what qualifies Christina and me to be talking about all of this, let's see. Well, in my case, I'm the original SharePoint evangelist. I did not invent SharePoint. I'm not the father of SharePoint. That's Jeff Teeper, but I am the father of SharePoint evangelism. It could have easily been someone else. Let's not take this too far. It's just I was part of the original team that put together the first version of SharePoint and the 3 versions of SharePoint after that. And my role was to act as a seeing eye marketer for techies and a seeing eye techie for marketers. It was my job to knock on doors and get IT professionals to deploy SharePoint and get developers to extend SharePoint. A few did. They told their friends, they told their friends, and so on and so on. And hey, it's a beautiful, beautiful world. I spent 11 years at Microsoft, doing most of that time on the SharePoint team. 10 years at Nintex, another workflow vendor. 2 years, the past 2 years I've spent as the vice president for North America and the global chief evangelist at WEBCON. One way or another, I've been doing this kind of stuff for a really long time. 25 years I've been doing stuff with workflow, business productivity, low code, no code, citizen development, that kind of thing. If you would like to reach out to me, Mike Fitz at MikeFitz.com or MikeFitz at WebCon.com, or if you just want to direct message me on Twitter at Mike Fitz. That's not my handle on Instagram. There's a different person with that handle on Instagram. He's decidedly not me. Very different photographs. Anyway, Christina.
Yes.
Gave me a slide that that doesn't fit the WebCon branding, but it absolutely fits the event branding. So you win. Plus, you've written books. Why don't you tell us about yourself?
So my name's Christina Wheeler. I'm based in Bonner, Georgia, south of Atlanta. So I'm in the southeast of the United States. So as Mike said, I'm on East Coast time, 6 hours behind or something like that. It's like 4 a.m. here. I'm a principal solution architect with Canvas Consulting. Before that, I was an independent consultant for a decade. I have been involved. I was thrown into SharePoint at the very early of the product and been with it ever since. Before SharePoint, I was a SQL DBA. I've done a lot with business intelligence and so on. And so when the cloud came out, I'll just say that I was kicking and screaming at first in the beginning of the cloud, and then Power BI brought me back to the cloud. So I'm an old school dev from very old classic ASP and PHP and all that stuff and C#. And so cloud development was a complete shift for me. And then got involved with the Power Platform. Like I said, it started with Power BI and then got into Power Apps, Power Automate, and so on. So yes, you can reach out to me, follow me on Twitter. I don't blog enough, but I'm going to start now that, our world has turned into the Twilight Zone this year. So I have no excuse not to blog now since I'm not getting on a plane. And there's my email address as well. And Fitz and I look forward to showing you a lot and teaching you a lot with business solutions with Power Platform and WEBCON.
Okay. Let's do this. Here's what you should be ready to expect today. a clear understanding of what a business process is and isn't. We will be talking about business processes extensively. You'll get a checklist of what is needed to implement real-world business processes. We'll do a walkthrough of how to create a real business process solution using Power Apps and Power Automate. You'll also get a walkthrough of how to create a business process solution, the same, or at least address the same use case using WEBCON BPS. One thing that's a bit different between this and I think all of the other workshops being run today is like there are even a couple that are based on the Power Platform or parts of it. In those cases, it's sort of starting with the technology and then covering what you can build with it. We're kind of working backwards. We're looking at the type of business problem and how you would use technology to address it. So this isn't a technology push. This is a business problem pull solution. We're going to get technical, absolutely, but we don't want to fall victim to the law of the instrument, whereby if you've got a hammer, everything looks like a nail, and then you start evaluating, different kinds of nails based on how good they are. No, we want to start with the business problem and work backwards. So we're focused on business processes. That's what we're doing today. And full disclosure, look, we're not going to hide the fact that business process solutions are easier to build with WEBCON BPS. We both believe this. Christina, am I out of line here?
No, I will tell you from working with customers that have some specific business process needs, I will tell you on full disclosure, I'm going to be completely honest with you. The Power Platform is great for automation. But when it comes to building a business process solution, this is where you're going to see the difference. And you're going to see what I'm going to build and how long it takes me and what I have to do to get things the way that we would want it for a business process solution. It's great for automating, but from a BPS standpoint, full disclosure, it's a little painful.
And don't be discouraged. Seriously, this might be the fairest presentation you're ever going to see from a vendor. Mm-hmm. WEBCON is incredibly ethical about this. So here's the deal. It is a sponsored workshop. So yes, I'm telling you right now, look, I've got WEBCON branding up on all of the slides, well, most of the slides. And we are going to be showing you WEBCON BPS, but we're not only doing that. We're not here to push a product. We're here to push the value of thinking in terms of business processes. We're going to use examples from the world of the Power Platform because a lot of you are familiar with it. We're going to use examples from WEBCON BPS because, well, we built a product specifically designed to address business processes. Mm-hmm. If you come to the conclusion that it's easier to use us, well, great, we're not going to be unhappy about that. But if you walk away not wanting to buy or even investigate WEBCON BPS any further, look, that's okay. We actually want to whet people's appetite for doing business processes properly. In fact, what I personally would really like is for people to stop calling a quick and dirty automation a business process. This is an educational workshop, even if it's sponsored. You will, in good faith, really see what you need to do to implement real business processes using the Power Platform. This is not a bait and switch. We're really going to do the right thing in both places.
Now, I'll tell you, I love the Power Platform. I love the product, but I'm an architect. What I'm for is what is the business need and what are the tools that's going to be the best fit to fit that need. And that's what I look at. So I look at all the different solution options. I prototype things out to figure out what's going to be the best fit. And there's times I'll say that with customers, WEBCON can be a good fit for certain BPS stuff, but then I might have some Power Platform stuff that also is doing some certain part of the processes as well. So these things can be married. So I don't want you, like Fitz said, don't want you to be discouraged. What you're going to get is I'm full honest upfront about things, and I do it based on my experience. And one of the things I want for organizations is to be able to implement things that are going to be, the easiest to be the best fit and so on. So what we want to do is give you the tools, give you the knowledge, and really, like Fitz said, think about business processes, because when you look at business processes, that's when you're going to figure out, okay, what are my requirements? What do I need? Now let me see how I can build this and what's going to be the best fit for that.
All right, let's talk about the agenda. Today, in the first half of today's workshop, it's all about what is a business process and design issues when building business process applications. This will basically be me talking. It'll be PowerPoint and examples or illustrations and descriptions and so on. We won't roll up our sleeves and start demoing until we'll be covering workflow data and user experience. Then that's probably a little over an hour. Then we're going to roll up our sleeves and walk through building a process-centric application. We'll do it twice. We'll do it once with Power Apps and Power Automate and once with WEBCON BPS. Christina's going to be building things with the Power Platform. I'm going to be building things with WEBCON BPS. And we'll talk you through everything we're doing. You'll see us build applications before your eyes, and we'll talk about not just showing you a technology in action, but we'll show you what the approach is that we're taking. After lunch, we'll cover a lot of the extra things that a casual thrown together solution might not have that are absolutely expected in an enterprise business process, like being able to diagram and document and communicate the solution and get it validated by people, like user assistance issues, integrating with external data, compliance and governance, deployment and change management, and then we'll conclude with some final advice. You put all that together, we pretty much are going to spend 2.5 hour blocks, total of 5 hours, with an hour break in between. So we're hanging out together for just under 6 hours. And let's get started. So let's begin with what is a business process. And for what it's worth, every once in a while, I suspect color commentary is likely to come through from Christina. Could not agree more. If Christina wants to take a nap for a few minutes, that's also okay. But this isn't meant to be a staid, sterile lecture. And again, if you have questions, raise your hand, and Christina will alert me if it's questions about what I'm talking about at the immediate moment. Otherwise, she'll just answer them. I am only seeing my screen at the moment, so I don't see your questions. But whoever's talking, the other person's taking a look at it. So what is a business process? I'll tell you what it's not. A business process is not an automated task. It is not just a scripted sequence of activity. And that's automation. It's fine. Automation is actually important. A lot of good work gets done with automation. A business process is not a form you route around to collect approvals. I mean, that might be part of a business process, but even then, we're still not there. It's not an interactive sharing session that we all get together and work on something together for a period of time. That actually might be a component to a business process, but it's not a business process. It's also not staging a vast library of shared content, although that's a valuable asset for a lot of business processes as well. A business process might contain all of these things, and what's wrong with those descriptions? Well, for one thing, they are too tactical. When we start talking about business processes, we're talking about strategy. In fact, strategy is the right term to use. A business process is living strategy. Living strategy. A business process has goals. A business process has stated outcomes. A business process has registered participants. They might be specifically named participants, or they may be the occupants of specific roles. A business process is meant to be repeatable. It's something, well, actually, it's not just about being able to repeat it over and over again. A business process has to be, is something that is teachable. Business process software will implement a business process, but the process itself is where the magic is. And that doesn't necessarily involve technology at all. The technology is there to enable a good, well-defined, effective, beneficial business process. It's, in fact, sometimes by automating a business process, we wind up creating something that makes it easy to teach it to new people joining the organization. It's also something we can review. If I have a business process that is defined, and automating a business or modeling and designing and managing a business process means I've got something that I can review. And if I can review something, I might have a chance of improving it. In fact, I would argue that a decent business process solution is in a state of perpetual review and improvement. It's also something that can be promoted, which is not quite the same thing as taught. It's teachable, but it's also promotable. We might be advocating that other people do it. It is not just a collection of activity. I'm not devaluing a collection of activity. That's actually pretty important. And in fact, you may have a collection activity that becomes part of a larger business process, but you might also just be doing a collection of activity to get some for chores, if you would, performing maintenance chores to keep to just keep things afloat. That might not count as a business process. It just depends. But I still care about automating activity. All right. If you are attempting to discover excellence and develop excellence and demystify excellence and promote excellence and ensure future excellence and to make excellence repeatable, then you're working on a business process. Put another way, it's take a great thing that one person did and make it into a great thing that everyone can do. I can think of, here, I'll give you a great example. And it definitely involves a lot of moving parts and something that involves business strategy, not just technology. I'm forgetting the name of the hotel chain in question, and it doesn't really matter because I don't know if I've got permission to tell their story, but if I keep it anonymous, it should be okay. A couple of years back, a hotel chain that has a shuttle service to and from the airport was picking up a couple with what looked like a very young baby with them, and the baby was crying a lot, and the parents looked exhausted. And the shuttle driver had an idea. He called ahead to the front desk of the hotel and explained the situation. And the two of them, the shuttle driver and the person at the front desk, colluded and figured out what to do to make that person's life easier. So among other things, the front desk person checked them into their room in advance, got the keys ready. Let's see, a couple of other things. Even put a bottle warmer in the room, set up a cot. The driver was in on it, made sure that they drove them straight to the entrance closest to their room and so on. And then the driver knew which room they were in. So basically, they were just brought directly into the hotel, into the room. Everything was well and good and already set. And the front desk person was also there and said, look, we know you've had a hard day. We were doing what we can to help make it a little bit less difficult. Whenever you're ready, either later today or tomorrow, just come see us and we can finish making arrangements for cards and so on. Those people became regular customers, incredibly loyal customers, and they told all their friends, and it really did make a difference in a number of ways. And what's more, they came up with a process for, basically you were immediately being paid attention to as a customer from the moment you got on board the shuttle. And so now, as a matter of course, shuttle drivers coordinate with things. In fact, there's a key card printer in shuttles now. There are all sorts of things that were implemented. So technology wound up helping it, but the business process was looking after and assessing whether there were special needs for prospective guests on a regular basis. And that was a great one-time thing that a couple of people did on an ad hoc basis. They figured out how to repeat systematically, both in terms of strategic goals and tactical techniques. If you're going to be doing business process work, you need to ask different kinds of questions. Here, if you're thinking about solving automation problems, your questions or your goals generally tend to revolve around eliminating steps. In other words, there's some busy work that I have to do all the time, and I have to do it manually. How can I stop having to do this work manually? I'd rather have it be automated. That's an automation question. There's nothing wrong with this. But if you're thinking about questions like these, use automation tools and techniques. Workflow is sort of in between automation and business processes. The goal here is which steps need to happen in order to accomplish the goal. So think of workflow as not just automating busy work, but also making sure everything happens. It's a slightly higher order kind of construct. I'll give you an anecdote for this too. I'm not sure if the story can be told in the same timeline in Europe, but I can speak to the United States. Up until not quite 20 years ago, but maybe right around that time, there was a marked decrease in accidents or mishaps happening in operating theaters in hospitals, surgeries. What was happening, essentially a lot of state medical boards or a lot of independent organizations started advocating or requiring, even in some cases, that checklists be implemented before every surgery. So does the anesthesiologist have enough sedative on hand? How long do they think they can keep the patient under? Does everyone understand what the time limit is to get the surgery done because of that? Do they have enough of the right blood on hand? Are they sure they have the right blood type? Do they have they, if a leg needs to be cut open, is it the right leg or the correct leg? I mean, et cetera, et cetera. All of these things matter quite a lot. And believe it or not, it really cut down on the number of errors that were made. Surgeons hated it because they tend to have a certain personality type that is not prone to being questioned. And normally it's a really good trait, but you need to mediate that. So by implementing a double check and a set of checklist items, surgical accidents went way, way, way down. The airline industry works on these principles and has far fewer acts. Look, when there's we get scared about airline crashes because they're rare. And when they happen, they're dramatic. But one of the reasons why they're rare is because checklists. Everything that happens in the world of aviation is subject to a checklist. It's workflow type stuff. What do I need to do to get a plane in the air? Let's make sure all of that happens. I might want to automate a workflow in order to make sure all that stuff happens. Now, a business process is a different, very different kind of thing. It's what must be achieved and how do I achieve it? So what is our goal? What do we need to do to achieve that goal? And then how can we go about it? A business process is going to involve some workflows and some automations, but it won't only be that. I'll give you an example. You'll have goals. a goal will immediately be coupled to metrics, because otherwise, how do we know that we're meeting our goals? And then, in order to achieve those metrics, you design a process. So the goals determine the metrics. The metrics determines how you're going to figure out whether the process is working. The process is going to involve some workflows, well, at least one, maybe more workflows. The workflow will assign tasks, sometimes to people, sometimes to software, sometimes to any of a variety of things, sometimes to a bot. But a workflow is made up of a set of tasks. The tasks might, if they need a user interface or need to interface with a human, there will be a form. If they need to interface with another piece of software, there might be a REST endpoint or something to that effect. But that will happen. If it's a form, there might be assets involved, either data assets or documents or any of a number of things. But anything that you need as a payload, could be a photograph, could be an audio file, could be lots of different things. Let's see, the assets might be accessed directly from the workflow. So they, in other words, they might be touched or manipulated without involving a user interface. Might be both, might be something you get to from the form, might be something you get to directly from the workflow. Scanning, OCRing, a lot of that stuff could happen in the background or the foreground. We're not done. We have a history of everything that took place as the workflow executes. And some of that will be fed by the workflow itself logging some information, and sometimes it'll be individual task executions that log information in the history. And then the history will be used to compare outcomes to design metrics to see whether or not you're meeting goals. That's breaking it all down. And then a process with a certain degree of complexity might involve more than one. Oh, there's also status information. That's checking to see exactly if you're monitoring something in real time or near real time, you kind of want to know where something stands at the moment. So history is the whole thing from start to finish. Status is what's happening at a particular point in time. And there could be multiple workflows with multiple tasks, multiple histories, multiple forms, multiple assets. One process could involve a whole bunch of stuff. This is how a business process fits together. If you're thinking at this level, you're doing business process work. And so this is an HR type scenario. I would like to promote low turnover. That's one of my goals, and being able to quickly staff up to meet new projects. So what I would like to do is increase my employee lifespan and decrease my time to hire. And one of the ways I'll do this is to come up with an employee lifecycle process, which will involve workflows for automating recruiting and another workflow for automating hiring. And in the case of recruiting, that will involve, sorry, it says resume here. When I built this slide, it was for a US audience, CVs. So CVs, form data, cover letters, LinkedIn profiles, application forms, and so on. And then for hiring, there are user profiles, review forms, interviews, histories, negotiations, and so on. All of these things. This is where we're thinking we start talking about business processes. You think big picture. You think longer term. You think about application lifecycle management on a very regular basis when you think about business processes, because they're full-blown formal applications, or they tend to be. Just because they're flexible doesn't mean they're not real or formal or by the book. So you take all of this logic, package it into a process, and typically that winds up getting deployed from a dev environment into a production environment, often being tested first as well. And in fact, you need to think through ways of applying changes or patches or updates to it in order to improve it on a very regular basis. When you start thinking about things like this, you are thinking about business process management. You also need to think about users and IT and such. So for example, all of this stuff, look, this is a fairly elaborate process. I need to document it because someone needs to curate it and maintain it and understand it. And that kind of means someone has to learn how to use it too. So I care about multiple communities. I don't just want to create the application and use it. It's not just for me, it's for a lot of other people too. In fact, even the way the applications come into being can change. For example, this is the scenario that often happens for an automation project is some people are annoyed by something, and a developer, or could be a citizen developer, could just be a power user, thinks, let me see what I can do to automate that and get it off your plate. It's a common story. Usually when you're building an automation solution, you're just scratching an itch. And I shouldn't say just, because that's actually important stuff. But a business process problem usually comes around by some manager noticing a trend that they'd like, metrics that they would like to change, or a trend that they would like to capitalize on, or an opportunity that they notice. Sometimes that will come from data. Sometimes that will come from customers or partners or staff. But and then they'll ask for something to be built in order to address this, but they'll have a goal in mind before they even think about what to do with software. You have to think about management too. What I mean by this are metrics. And the reason for the metrics are to prove the value of the solution in the first place. Well, twofold. One, the metrics tell you how well the business is doing. And two, the metrics prove that you are, well, frankly, that you're doing your job and you're worth your salary, and you might be worth a bonus and or a promotion. If you do your job well, people aren't necessarily going to notice how wonderful an application works because they'll get used to it, and that will become the new normal. People are constantly aware of what annoys them, but when they are fleetingly aware of what pleases them. And then after that, well, you need to kind of remind them how well this application works and how good a job it does and how big a difference it means to the business. You do metrics in order to prove your value. Tasks are more than just approvals too. And this is another big differentiator between automation and business processes. Tasks in workflow and automation land tend to be simply approvals. In fact, they're usually just called approvals. They're not called tasks. I just need a decision from you, maybe with some comments. Approve, reject, neutral, approve, reject, more information needed, something like that. Nothing more. What I'm not doing is passing an asset around and have different people do different things to it as time goes by. If the tasks are more like, I give you this information and I need this information from you and I need a whole bunch of things and I need to show you a whole bunch of things, kind of like passing a big form around and having people complete different parts of it, things like that. Or it's not just one form, might be lots of different forms and people doing things. But if it's more than just making one decision, I call it an approval because it's usually approve, reject, but it could be more than that. But yeah, the more complex the task gets, the more it's not just a question of what's the due date and was it completed, but who gets it, why do they get it, what are their goals, what do we need to equip them with, what do we need to collect from them, and what happens next. Those are real tasks, and that's a good sign of a business process as well. All right, types of processes. Well, basically, there are actually lots of different ways of slicing these, but I'll start with hygiene processes. This would be a lot of human resources. Well, not necessarily. Some human resource leave requests, all right, being able to approve vacation time, holiday time, sick leave, and so on. That would be a hygiene process. It's one of the multitude of things you need to do in order to make a business work. Governance. ensuring that things happen and making sure that they happen correctly, and seeing to it that the company is well run or the organization is well run. And that would be a governance process. And then primary processes would be, or a governance process would be something that happens behind the scenes, an operations thing. It could be very strategic, but a primary process would be, and maybe primary is not the right word, it's outward facing, front office type stuff. Differentiates how your business works compared to someone else's. The more people involved, the more assets involved, the more time involved, the more options involved, the more detailed the tasks, the more likely you've gone beyond automation into business process land. All right, design issues when building business process applications. Developers tend to approach business process applications the same way they've approached every application since computer science school. And because we were all taught to do it this way. Come up with a data model. Then once you know what your data is, you can build forms for editing that data, right? But construct a user experience tightly coupled to the data. And then you can come up with a process that reacts to changes in the data or direct pushing of buttons from the user experience. In fact, a lot of Power Platform applications are built exactly this way. This isn't a bad thing for a data management style solution with a little bit of reactive activity to it, but it's not quite what we want. Power users that are experimenting with tools tend to focus on the user interface first. This was never more true than in the era where InfoPath was extremely popular, because you built everything with the user experience as much as you could. To some extent, people are doing that with Power Apps, but not nearly as much. They tend to use Power Apps. Well, you need to do the data before you can do the Power Apps. So you by definition, you'll always do the data first. But yeah, power users tend to lead, even when they're thinking about what they want to have done. They think about what the form's going to look like before they figure out what people are going to do with the form and its contents. Then you figure out a place to put all the contents of the form. And then finally, again, you think about what you're going to do with it. Business process people start with the process without fail. Then they'll figure out what data is needed in order to make the process work. And then the user experience will be a function of what the process is and what the data is. So the user experience will be the union of the needs of what's going on in the process at the moment and what data is necessary to accomplish that step at that time by that person. It'll by definition be very interactive or reactive or adaptive. In fact, let's get into some of these things. Workflow design. When I talk about workflow design, this overall thing is a workflow, but there are two fundamental pieces to it that matter a lot. The first of all is this one, activity. These are the actions that are done by the workflow, like check somebody's leave balance and then send out a notification or update SAP, things like that. The things you stop and do. The other thing, the glue that binds them all together with the branching logic and the decisions, that's the logic or the workflow, if you would. You put them together, you've got the overall solution. Interestingly enough, most people spend most of their time on these. I would actually argue that you do these last. You focus on the logic first, and then you fill in the automated activity as time goes by. In the meantime, you've got the equivalent of a checklist that makes sure the right things happen, even if they're still happening manually. People aren't forgetting them. And you know that they've been assigned to them, and you can check to see whether or not they've been completed and what to do next. A sequence checklist can get a lot done. First workflow approach would be linear sequential workflows. Virtually every system out there is capable of this. And this involves, I start something, It goes through some branching logic. It moves on somewhere else. This is a press release being approved by a manager and then a lawyer, and then the publisher deploys it to a public website, and then it's done. And at any point, it can be ended because someone's not happy. That's basically what it looks like. And excuse me, we could get fancier. In fact, you can, to some extent, have a linear process that still can go backwards. Depends. Flow cannot do this. K2 can do this. Some of the other guys can do it too. But the idea is I'm still moving in a line, and here's the part that matters a lot. In fact, let's flesh this out. Let's expand this and look at it without abridging it. So this is realistically what a linear workflow might look like. I submit the form, I add it to a list. We calculate someone's manager, we notify them of the task, we then wait for them to come in and make a change to this form, and then we check and see what the value of one field that contains their choice is, and then depending on what it is, we move in one direction or another, and we keep going. The workflow is specifying action by action exactly what's supposed to happen with very little abstraction or very little explanation. It's basically code, but in a graphical fashion. That's what a linear workflow tends to look like. It generally moves forward in one direction. There's some branching going on. There might be a little bit of moving backwards, but by and large, you're following a recipe, and you're basically what you're doing with your hands matters more than what you're doing with your head. State machine workflows are a lot more essential to doing serious business process work. And I won't be the first person to say this, and I won't be the last person either. But a state machine workflow works a little bit more like this. I have stages like press releases with the author, with the manager, with the legal department, or with the publisher. And at each step or stage or state, there are things that can happen to move to another state. So I am, say I'm the manager and I get a press release sent to me by the author, and then my job is to decide if it's okay or not. And if it's okay, I send it on to the legal department. If I don't think it's okay, I will decide that, and then it goes back to the author. Legal department has got three possible outcomes. So there are three events that they can trigger. One is to say, I'm giving it to the publisher because I think it's fine, or I'm giving it back to the manager because I have questions, or I'm giving it back to the author because I need to have changes made. I basically have the workflow broken up into 4 smaller workflows, and I link them all together by having transitions between them. In fact, this allows me to do some very clever things. Like, for example, if I want to make a really major change to the workflow, I want to bring in a proofreader to take a look at what the author wrote before it gets to the manager, just to make sure it's well written. The manager can decide whether or not it achieves the goals, but we'll save the manager the trouble of looking for spelling and grammar errors. We'll have a proofreader do that. So I don't really need to do it much to my workflow at all. In fact, I only need to make one little change right here. When the author is ready to submit or resubmit, it should go to the proofreader first instead of the manager. But that was one tiny change. Otherwise, I added a lot of functionality to this workflow, and I didn't need to disrupt it. It's a really good thing. I also, if I need to make sure that when I'm building the workflow, I can just go to the lawyer and say, so what happens with you when you get a press release? Well, I get it. And then what happens? Well, I review it. Okay. And then what happens? I make a choice. Okay, what are your choices? Well, I can either give it back to the author, send it back to the manager, or move it on to the publisher because I'm done with it and I'm happy. Okay, great. Anything? No, that's it. Thank you very much. Great. I'm going to move on, and I'm going to go talk to the author and find out what they do. And then I'll talk to the manager and find out what they do. And I'll talk to the publisher and find out what they do. And then I add all of them together, and I've got, the union of all the user stories is the business process. State machine logic, it's a term from computer science and mathematics, but it's really simple. It's not hard to get across. The idea is this. Think of a pull chain light switch. And we're off at the moment. The light is off. And someone pulls the chain, and that completes an electrical circuit to the bulb, and now it's on. And at some point, someone might pull the chain again, and that causes the circuit to break, and electricity is no longer going to the bulb, and so the light is off. All right, that one's not hard. Well, let's do something here. Off and on are called states. I'm either in a state of being off or I'm in a state of being on, and I will happily remain at rest in either one of those states unless something happens to change it. I'm not waiting. If I'm off, I'm not waiting for somebody to pull the chain. I'm just hanging out. I'm off. If I'm on, I'm not waiting for someone to turn me off. I'm just at rest in a known state. If, on the other hand, an event takes place, like pulling a chain, or unplugging the cord, or the bulb filament burning out, or something like that, an old incandescent bulb, any of those things, those are events that could be triggered that cause the state to change from on to off, cause the circuit to break. But those are events. We're in a state until an event happens. And what happens when the event is triggered is called a transition. In a state machine workflow, the work happens during the transitions. So when you pull the chain, that's an event. And then the breaking or the completing of the circuit would be work that happens during the transition. You get those three things, you understand state machines. This is a real world state machine diagram. So the same press release solution, we're either writing it or it's in management review or it's in legal review or it's being published. And when we're writing the possible transitions or the possible events would be it's submitted or it is withdrawn. So if someone chooses to submit it, that causes a transition. Some things will happen, like figuring out who someone's manager is and then having it sent to them and notifying them and so on. If the manager gets it and decides to forward it onto the legal department, great. If they decide to reject it and it goes back to the author, also acceptable. Basically, what you're looking at is where it can be at any given point in time and what paths are possible to move between the states. The work happens during where you see these gears here. Let's open them up. If management forwards this to the legal department, there will be a couple of actions that need to happen along that path, like determine who the lawyer is and then assign it to that person. There might be a lot more than that happening, but there's at least that happening. That's a real world state diagram. You can simulate a state machine with a loop and a switch. In fact, Nintex works this way, and some people have advocated using this approach with Power Automate. As long as you're done within 30 days, this approach works. You basically start and then go into a loop, and you have one field that is defined as next state, or current state, I should say. So you start the loop and then you branch and check to see what you should do, which path you should take. So there's a loop, a switch, I've combined them here, and then you follow one of these paths and you move along and you do whatever it says. In fact, here, let's open this up and go through all the steps that would really happen. If it's the manager step or path, you would assign a task and then notify the assignee and await the response and then examine the response. And if it's approved, then you would set the variable next stage to equal legal and then come to the end, loop back up to the top. We'd check the value of next stage and we'd move over here. So yeah, you can do that. This is a sequential workflow using stages. we're only moving in one direction because we've only got one possible event moving out of every stage, but this allows me the freedom to build a linear process with a state machine model. And later on, if I discover that it's possible to move in a different direction, I just add a different event and a different path. And I've got more power without having to radically modify my processes. It's really, really handy. Parallel logic is a topic often thought of. And if once you start thinking about states and paths and transitions and so on, you come to realize that parallel logic is actually an illusion. There's no such thing, or there's very little such thing. This looks like a workflow with multiple parallel paths going on. It can't actually be this way. These aren't branches. Because yes, there are paths and there are steps being pursued, but each path has a status. Each path has an outcome by the time you get to the end. These aren't parallel branches in one workflow. These are sub-workflows. They actually behave like mini workflows unto themselves. Even if a diagrammer looks like this, what's really happening from the point of view of the engine is I've got a workflow that has 5 different launch sub-workflow actions, each of which kicks off a sub-workflow. And then we wait for all of them to complete, and then all of them report back their results, and then depending on what the outcomes were, we decide what happens next. That's what's happening in a parallel workflow. It's just something to think about. Sub-workflows. Sub-workflows, you just saw 5 of them, but there's another use for doing sub-workflows that's even more interesting. In fact, this is how I would recommend a lot of integration take place. This is one workflow that might involve, this is a workflow built by someone in the marketing department to walk people through qualifying sales leads at a booth at a conference. And what they want to do is log opportunities into their customer relationship management software, except that's run by someone in the sales department. And the person who runs sales operations does not want to trust the person in charge of marketing operations. So that person is going to say, no, I'm not going to give you access to my data. So no, you're not going to be able to just use a connector and call whatever web services you want from my API. I'm not going to do that because you don't know how my system works. And even so, you don't know how I use it. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to make a little sub workflow here that logs an opportunity. I mean, it does all the little things I want to do to make sure that an opportunity is logged properly. And I will furnish this sub workflow to you, and you call it when you're ready. In fact, someone else might have done the same kind of thing for qualifying a lead or something to that effect. So someone writes this piece of logic, and it sits on the shoulders of other sub-workflows that have encapsulated other key things. Sometimes these are referred to as rules. Sometimes they're called sub-processes or sub-workflows. That's also a thing to think about, and a business process often involves a lot of interplay in between various workflows. Okay, data implications. We're not going to go through everything about building any application under the sun, but we do need to talk about some data modeling issues that matter a lot when you're building business processes. One is that the data serves a purpose. The data doesn't live there it has a life of its own, but that's not your primary concern. You need to think about the data as something that serves the process. And usually a process wants to treat a set of data as a document, maybe not a literal document, but a bundle of data related to a currently executing instance. A case is a good way to refer to it. But a case has got document content inside it. Maybe not a literal document, maybe a data set. But the point is, if I've got a package of stuff could be a literal document, could be a specifically defined set of data that meets a query. I need to treat that like a persistent package. And a data-centric approach where I just think about I'm going to temporarily grab whatever data I need and then put it back where it is when I'm done with it. A lot of data entry systems work this way. That impairs your ability to audit what happened later on and treat it like a package, treat it like a document. And usually in business process land, we want to think of all the data or the assets as case assets or a document of sorts. In a data-centric app, if you have a form with master data and detail data, you'll drop it into a couple of, you'll drop it into one list, say a SharePoint list or a different SharePoint list for the details or different SQL tables or what have you. I'll grab what I need, I'll work with it, and then I'll put it back. That has no set integrity. Meaning, if I typically what happens is, say that's an expense report. If someone were to accidentally delete one line item out of an expense report and you're not storing totals, you're calculating them, then you're going to have a completely intact expense report that adds up correctly, and you'll have lost an item and you won't know why. Not unless you can take a snapshot of that at a point in time or treat that data with those sub-records or detail records as one consistent package where you will know that the master data makes no sense anymore if the detail items have been tampered with. In other words, set integrity. You can do this with transaction logic if your data store supports it. SharePoint does not. Microsoft lists do not. Here's one way you can deal with it. Create a snapshot of what happened and archive the snapshot. So that's okay. You can go ahead and write the master data to the right place, write the detailed data to the right place, and then keep a copy of the form, literally a snapshot, and archive it someplace. This is, in fact, exactly how InfoPath used to do it for a while. IBM has a product called Pure Edge that worked that way for a long time, too. Here's a second approach. Treat it like a block of data, like an XML block with a repeating section inside of it. Use the workflow to take apart that package of data. So the workflow takes the entire block of XML, writes some of it into these tables, and then goes through all the detail items and writes them one at a time in a loop into the detail table. In fact, it may take the whole contents of the form and drop that into an XML document store at the exact same time. In other words, we've got everything we need to check for integrity changes. The reason for table and this table is to make it easier to work with the data, but this is a check to make sure that nothing's been tampered with. There's also another option, which is you create a data tier component that does basically the exact same thing, but it keeps the workflow process simple. I actually like this approach best of all. It just doesn't illustrate things as nicely. Digital signatures expose another tricky issue when you're talking about data for a business process. If I have, here, I'll show you, easiest way to get to this is to do this. I have a request that gets sent out and I sign it digitally. And then it moves on to another person who does an assessment of it and then signs their assessment. They're reviewing my work. And then it goes to somebody for final approval and action. And then they apply a digital signature there too. If we've been treating this like a paper document and just applying new digital signatures at every step, basically having graphic fields on a form where you just sign with your finger or something to that effect, and you're just collecting interpret this form as being a process that was signed by 3 people. The implication, unless you really think it through, is that everybody signed the whole thing. The form's filled out, it's got 3 signatures on it. Are we really sure each signature or every signer saw everything that was signed? The answer is you're not, and this is misleading. You can do something instead, which is separate the notion of affirmation or signing from approval or participation. So I start the process, and different people do different things to the form as it moves through the process. And then at the end, I have a separate step where I route the completed form around for signatures for a final affirmation step. A lot of business processes work this way. In fact, if that works, the only thing I need to keep is this document or that block of data. The other approach instead, that's the only thing I need to keep. The other approach instead allows you to collect a signature at every step, but now you need to keep all 3 of these. I don't need a 4th step to collect the signatures, because we know if I keep a copy of every version of this document, then we can see what the signatures mean and what they were applied to. In fact, a lot of the time in business processes, and this is just an illustration of the issue, you might need versioning of data. In fact, it's almost a requirement. A sane audit trail requires versioning of the data, and more data than you might think. All right, let's talk about process-centric UI. It's I think the last real thing we need to cover. You need to make a form adapt to the workflow state. What you're doing this is more than just handing somebody an approval and saying, look at this, say yes, say no, or say maybe something else, and then you're done. There's more to it usually in any real business process. So, for example, let's say I am submitting a request to make a change or a fundamental assessment of some sort. I fill out my form. I start a business process by its being submitted. It moves on. We figure out who's supposed to do the work. We notify, and we set up the form in order to be ready for the next person. We notify that person. And then we wait for that person to do their part on this form. They only have 1 field to fill out. And then when they do, we move on. And then the next thing we do is prepare the form for the next person. And now it's mutated, and now we have a different field that needs to be completed. And we notify that person, and now we wait for them. And then when someone fills that out, it goes back, and we move on. And at the very final step, we might feel that we're finished, and so we tell the form to lock itself down. This requires cooperation between the workflow and the form. And that can be straightforward, but in this particular scenario, the way it was implemented involved the workflow writing some field or values to a field, and the form having a lot of formulas and stuff inside it to check the value of that field and do things to itself based on that. That's typically how it works. And as a result, there's a lot of manual conditional display logic that's going on in that kind of approach. What some people have done, in fact, SharePoint Designer and InfoPath, when you use them together, would do the following thing instead, which is to create 1 form per task. The form would stop at a certain point and create a custom SharePoint task in this particular case. So you submit the form, kicks off a workflow, and then and first thing it would do is change the permissions on the item and then move forward. And then you'd have a specific content type devoted to that kind of task. And that would have its own official registered form, and this would be assigned to just 1 person, so you didn't have to change the permissions. The task itself only had 1 person or 1 role or something of that assigned to it. So they would complete the task, and the data from the task would be used to update the master or the original form, or at least be held within the workflow storage. You'd have another task. It would have its own form. Someone would complete that. And then at the very end, you'd take contents from those first two task forms and then write that data back into the original item and keep a copy of that. That's not a bad approach either, although it gets cumbersome if you've got a lot of tasks, especially when you want to make a change to those forms. Best thing of all, if you can, use an integrated UI tool and process tool where it works on the two of them together at the exact same time, where you've already got a built-in relationship between the workflow and the form. And if you can do that, then the form is submitted, it starts a workflow process, or maybe submitting the form is part of the workflow process, not an external event. And then as the workflow moves, it just basically tells the form to adjust itself as part of the application model, and it changes as time goes by. If you've got the right tools, this is the easiest thing to do because there's only one form to modify in terms of templates and layouts and all of that. But the workflow logic is telling the form what to turn on and off and what to make read-only and not, or which sections to reveal or conceal and all those kinds of things. If you can control role-based display. Okay, what you just saw was step-based display. Roles can have a dimension on this that make things interesting. And typically with every product out there, you either do this by changing permissions on the form or using some rules to refine the display logic. Here's what I mean by this. Could be at this particular stage when the legal department is reviewing something, the lawyer is expected to be presented with a form that allows them to approve it, reject it, or negotiate with management. But you might want the option for the manager to open the exact same form and cancel everything, or the author to be able to open that form and withdraw the whole thing. Neither the author nor the manager should see the option to approve it or reject it or negotiate. And for that matter, the lawyer should not see the option to cancel or withdraw it. So it could very well be that as something moves through a step, different role participants have different privileges or the ability to do different things. You could have permissions on buttons or paths, or you could have a rule or a formula or an expression that says whether to hide or conceal this. That's one way of achieving it. All right, so that covers the two initial parts to this, which are what's a business process or what makes it special, and what are design issues specific to process-centric application.
So we have a specific admin app for your application. In that case, you need to do 2 manifests and then have 2 uploads of that form. So that's very open, or you have other scenarios. So we have the example again.
I think we have an overlap.
Studio. Assuming you want the personal app, and if you click on this personal app, you want to go.
That was Spence. Okay, we're good.
Okay, great. All right. Time for part 3. We're going to start building some stuff. Finally. Before we start building, and we're not doing theory anymore. This is all going to be practical stuff for the rest of our time together. Let's do the risk management scenario. This is the solution that we're building both in the Power Platform and with WEBCON BPS. And so let's begin by talking about what it is we're going to build. This is for a company that has an internal risk assessment team. And what they do is anyone can submit a risk that gets sent to a risk review board that does an initial review of what the item is. So the risk could be anything like, what we are at risk, there might be an earthquake. What should we do to mitigate or to assess whether or not we think the likelihood of an earthquake is big, and if so, what we should do about it, or so on. Let's plan for it. So risk management, there's a whole discipline around this. So One of the things the risk review board will do is decide whether or not we should come up with a mitigation strategy. So whether we need to remediate that risk or whether we just accept it and say, yep, there's a risk of an earthquake. We'll accept that it could happen and accept the consequences. We either think it's a very remote possibility or the impact will be very small or both, but it's an acceptable risk. Otherwise, we got to do something to address it. Well, if we accept the risk, we need to have somebody own that acceptance and come up with a plan as to what to do if it happens. We're not going to do anything to prevent it or anything like that, but we do need to decide what we do if it happens. That may involve asking some questions of the risk review board so that they know what it is they're meant to do. And if all goes well, we just accept the risk and move on. If, on the other hand, we want to remediate it, we need to discuss between a designated remediation person and the risk review board what the steps are going to be to address this and reduce the risk. We need to actually do those steps, and then we need to validate that they were done correctly. And if we did all of that, then we can accept the new remediated risk. That's pretty much it. If it's accepted, at a certain point, we do need to have a plan in place or a method in place to say that we can close out the risk because it's no longer an issue any longer. But until that point, it just sits around as a risk that we've come up with a mitigation strategy for. That's going to be our process. And now we're going to build it twice. First way to do it is the Power Platform way. And Christina, I believe your strategy is to model the data first and create a place to put it, and then create a UI for editing that data, creating a flow to react to changes in the data, and maybe a couple of extra flows that you invoke with buttons or something to that effect. But okay, well,
hold on, changing my screen
that's
again.
the case. Why don't I stop sharing?
How much time have we gone? Should we give them a break?
Yes, while you start talking, I'm going to go get some water.
No, I mean, shouldn't we give the group a break?
Oh, that's an excellent idea.
Yes.
Yes, I like that plan. I'm excited to be a part of it. Please, everyone, let's take 5 minutes. And only 5 minutes. But so we'll meet back here at 26 minutes after the hour. Have at it.
You sure you don't want to give them 10?
Oh, all right. We'll meet up at 30 minutes after the hour.
Okay, perfect. How does that look? Fits. The resolution look okay?
It does.
Okay.
While you're doing that, I'm flipping over to displaying this.
Perfect.
Great. Water and coffee. I'll be back.
Got it. I need I'm killing gnats. Yeah, exactly. I'm gonna go brew tea too.
Okay, all of you.
Okay, here we go. Let me just get my little tea bags out. You can't see that. Okay, so let me give you a little more history behind this. I have a customer who's working on the migration, and they have some old applications. They came from, is my head cut off? Am I looking okay? I can't tell.
You look fine.
Okay. So they have some old applications. They came off of many different versions of SharePoint that they've been migrating. And one of the things I've done is how to do some assessments of their solutions, because a lot of them were farm solutions that could not be migrated to Office 365. So all of them have to be re-architected. And so what I looked at was, I basically looked at what each solution was, and then documented what my findings were, and then came up with a few different solution options, giving the pros and cons. And risk management happens to be one of them. And I think I put down that we could have done a .NET solution as well as Power Platform. And then this is when I engaged with FITS on risk management and a couple other ones, because it just seemed like to be a very good fit. And one reason is I did some prototyping out. I did model-driven prototyping, and I got to tell you what, certain things I was trying to do, I was spinning my wheels, because there were so many limitations or features that just wasn't there yet, and some of the features still not there yet. So it was making it very hard for me to accomplish what needed to be for that solution. So FITS had put together a prototype on risk management that we presented to the customer, and they were very impressed with it. And so what I'm going to show you is my half-baked demo. And the reason I say this is because what I'm trying to accomplish and what I tried to accomplish takes me a long time to do compared to what FITS is able to put together in WEBCON. And one of the things with the Power Platform is that if you're having a process, like if you're automating, it's great because you're going from start to finish, you're pushing stuff, you're doing different types of automation. But if you're doing a process where you need more of a state machine type of workflow, this is where you're going to really struggle on the Power Platform. And this is where I'm trying to having to figure out ways to do workarounds to get things the way I need it, including in the Power App and in the flows in Power Automate. So, and what happens is, let's say a certain part of the process changes and I've got a flow running, or I need a change in the process in the Power App. I cannot update that real time, meaning I have to make my updates, publish it, and then I have to go rerun the flows and so on. So you cannot get a state machine. I just killed the gnat, sorry. You can't get a state machine workflow process within the Power Platform. But I'm going to demonstrate, like I said, how I can build this using the Power Platform the best way that I can. And I'm not trying to knock it. I'm just saying this is why, like I said, I approached FITS because I was trying to do a BPS solution and I was just struggling to get what I needed to get done. So let me make sure I'm in the right. I've got a many different. Nope, wrong screen. Let's try this one. Give me a second. Working on my resolution here. Oops. There we go. Okay. Can you see my screen?
I can see your screen.
Okay. So a couple different things. Actually, let me upload this document real quick so I can open it so you can see it. I'm gonna have to do a little bit. What did we call it, FITS? I'm gonna have to do a little bit of a cooking show type of demo.
Yeah, cooking show demo. You guys, yes. I have it on high authority from multiple European countries that your cooking shows are like ours. So someone starts to create the whole thing, then plops it in a fake oven, and then takes a finished one out of a real oven. We're going to be doing a lot of that.
So one of the things is I'm going to show a couple things here. Let me do this one as well. So what I have done, so one of the things I would do when I would start to build a solution like this is get the requirements from the customer, or in this case was replacing an existing solution they had. So the first thing I had to do was an analysis. And the analysis took time because they had whoever created the existing solution didn't have a whole lot of documentation. So I had to take whatever documentation they had. Then I had to dive into the SharePoint site, InfoPath form solutions, go through the code to figure out what they had. So the first thing I did was put together an analysis document. And this took time. This took time and this took money. So I put together an analysis document on, what their current process was. Let's see if it pull up. Hang on a second. So what their current process was, what the architecture was. They have this methodology. So they have this risk methodology where they have to establish the context, identify the critical risks, assess assets, identify the risks, assess the risks, report it, and then treat and manage the risks. So this is a full BPS process that they need. And they had an actual farm solution, which of course would not migrate to SharePoint Online. So I went through and I figured out, they were using SharePoint lists, they were using custom code, they were using different things. So that's the first thing I put together. And then based upon that, they gave me this process diagram that they had, and it's very blurry. But what I was trying to do is duplicate what they had. So replace the input form they had, because they also were using InfoPath forms for some of their stuff. So they either had a farm solution where they were using a custom, or they were using InfoPath forms. So that was one thing. Then the other thing I did is I figured out, okay, what is my data? So I had to figure out my data first before I can actually build the form. So what I decided to do on this case, I'm going to use SharePoint as my data source. And I can use anything. I can use SQL. And I would tell you one of the reasons why I would end up using SharePoint now is because this customer wants to use what they can with their out-of-the-box Microsoft 365 licensing. Well, there's been changes to the licensing for the connectors. Before, it was all included where you can use a SQL connector, including Azure SQL. Well, now if you want to connect to Azure SQL, that's a premium connector. So that requires a higher license. So what I had to do then was, okay, work within the limitations of what the customer wanted licensing wise. And to be honest, I want what's best for the customer. I don't want them to have to spend more money if they don't have to. I'm not dealing with trillions of data. I'm not dealing with a bunch of columns. The columns are simple. Yes, I'm going to have some lookup lists. And there's a couple different ways I can go about this, but I will have some lists. So I put together an Excel file when I did this analysis, and then to figure out, okay, what's my data going to be? And so I figured out the data, and this was from existing data that they had. They had an assets list. And what you're going to see is, what the form's going to allow the user to choose an asset name. But when they're selecting that, I need to provide additional information for them to see so they can make sure that they're kind of choosing the right thing. Same thing. So then you'll see I've got asset and then asset groups. And of course, let's go to control effectiveness scores. So they have this scoring system here and additional things of information my form is going to need to display so that they can see, what the consideration is, what the improvement areas are. I also have what's the impact. And the impact is going to have some legal compliance and environmental impacts. So these are things that are going to be part of the risk assessment, as well as likelihoods. There's going to be different likelihoods, and the same thing, I need to be able to provide the information for the consideration, the probability, and the frequency. There's also some classifications for the risk. There's just 3 levels on them for this one, low, medium, and high. Then I'm also going to have a risk status. Well, before I go to that, let me just move that. I have these in alphabetical order. I'm going to have to be able to identify what is the threat for this risk. And this, like I said, this is data that they've already been working with and that they provided. So this is what I need to rebuild into a new solution for them to make this work. So in this case, for the threats, what is it? They could have a communication failure. Well, what could be a risk? It could be an earthquake, or let's just say there could be, you know, it's COVID-19 year, right? We've had this crazy Twilight Zone year. We've had riots here in the US. So that could be a risk. This client's actually in Bellevue, so they can have a risk. So that could actually cause maybe communications failure or something like that. And then vulnerabilities. That's another thing that's got to be part of the risk assessment. What is the vulnerability? They've got ISO domains. They are what is it? ISO 270. I don't know all those numbers. 570. There's the different ISO numbers, and they are this customers in the finance and insurance industry. So they've got certain things that they have to follow. And then there's definitions. So these are pieces of my data that I need to build. And so what I would do is for this one, I'm going to use a SharePoint list. Now, if I could, I would probably want to use Azure SQL, but I'm going to stay within the licensing of what the customer wants me to work within. So I'm going to try to help them save money. And by doing that, I'm going to use SharePoint as my data store. Okay. So a couple things. I'm going to create some lists. Now I will say there's things about Modern that I like in SharePoint, and the list creation has improved drastically. So if I'm going to go create a couple different lists, what I'm going to do is I'll go and create a custom list here. I'm going to give it a name, and for anything that I'm going to create some of my lookup lists right now. And I'm going to create my lookup list, and when I create those, I'm going to, hold on a second. I've got another screen where I need something up. Okay. I don't want any of my lookup lists to show in the navigation. The only thing that I'll probably have show in the navigation is my main list. So what I'll do is I'm going to go ahead and create a list here called assets, create, and let me just create, I'm just going to create the base of them right now. So I have them all. I'm going to have control effectiveness scores. And due to timing, actually, you know what? I am going to follow best practice because it's going to drive me nuts. So I'm going to follow best practices because when you're creating SharePoint lists and document libraries, you know, when you're creating it with the name, it's going to give it a URL and so on. So I'm just going to follow best practices. Okay. And I'll show you a trick I just learned. If I go into edit in grid view, you can actually change the display name of a list right there without having to go to the list settings. So now my list is I love that. So much easier to do now. Okay, so I've got two. I'm gonna add the columns, but for now, let me just add the base of my list. Okay, I'm gonna add another one. I need to have the impacts. And I need likelihoods. And that's a lookup list, so I'm not going to put it in the navigation. Risk classifications. Okay, and then risk statuses. Basically what I'm doing in the other screen, because I didn't want to flip-flop between you guys, this Excel spreadsheet that I had created here, I'm basically using this to copy and paste some of this information. And this is actually how I work. So when I'm creating things, I'll either write some PowerShell script to do stuff, but I'll still do my base list layouts in Excel files. It works. And then if I wanted to use PowerShell, I could to read from that to create it. But I'm just going to do it this way because, you know, I don't want you to have to sit here and watch me type every single thing in because that will take a while. Okay, so I've got my risk classifications. I'm going to add another one, risk statuses. I'm going to do threats and vulnerabilities. So I'm going to create my lookup list first, and then after that, I'll create my main list. So first thing, I'm going to go ahead and reuse the title column, and I'm just going to rename that. So much easier and modern. Then I'm going to create a couple other fields. And you know what? At this point, I'm not going to worry about best practices. I'm just going to go ahead and have some spaces in my names because, you know, this is a demo. But I would actually, if I was doing this for production, I would have my names clean when I'm creating them in the beginning. Okay, vulnerability group. Let's see here. I'm going to make this a choice. Now, there's something I don't do in Modern here is if I'm adding a choice column, if I were to modify this in the Modern, I can't just copy and paste a whole chunk right there. So this is when I might go in the classic view, back in the classic view, so I can modify that column. So I'm going to go to this setting here, go to my old school way, and add it this way. Then I can go back here. Perfect. Then if I were to go back and check this column, now you see I have this. And what's happening is actually in the Modern, when you can have, I could set colors for my different choices. And so if I were to add my choices here, they would have automatically assigned a color to each one. But because I went into the classic mode and added my choices, now it's not color coded, but I could color code that. So that's some fun, but I'm not going to worry about that right now. Okay, right here, single line of text and definition. Multiple lines of text here for definition. Okay, so I have this field, this list, and then this is what I like that I can do is I'm going back to Excel and I'm just copying. I'm going to go in the data grid view here and paste. Oh, beautiful. What's it called now? Grid view. Yes, grid view. So now I'm pasting it and that makes my life easy. So I copied it from Excel, which you can't see, that's part of the screen. And then I'm pasting it in here and then I'll exit the grid view. But it's not, it's got to basically, how'd this happen before? Hang on. Okay, there we go. It did take it. All right, so now I have that list. So let's go to, I'll move on to the next one. Okay, I'm gonna go to threats here. I'm gonna reuse this column, just rename. And so I'm just going in. I need a threat number. Make that a, oh, nope, that can't be a number. I just realized it is more of, it's got alphanumeric, so I'll make that text. Threat group, now I'm gonna add another choice column, threat group, and this is where I'm gonna do, go back into classic again. And multi-lines of text. Creating my threat list. Oh, haha, just realized something. So I have a, there was a typo in one of the values here, so it's not going to take that value. So I'm going to fix that. I noticed in the data that they actually gave me, they didn't have a space. So let me go back to the list settings, back to my group. Wait, was that threat group, right? Yes. There we go. Misuse threats. Let's go back again. Fix that. Okay, well, it's okay. I messed it up a little, but that's fine. All right, let's move on to the next one. Risk statuses. Promise, I only have a couple more. I'm going to go into my risk status. And description, there's only 2 for this one, multi-lines of text. Risk classifications. Actually, that could be single line of text here. Hopefully I'm showing you a few tricks with creating lists in SharePoint. That might be some good tips. So question, do you usually rename the title column in PS PowerShell scripts? You have to remember that. Yeah, so I do rename it, and this is what I'm gonna, I do rename the column, but I am gonna find, it's just still gonna pick it up in column in my Power App. So what do you normally do? I'm curious. Do you guys just leave the title as is, or do you actually reuse it? I reuse it from the standpoint if I'm going to have people, it's normally when people are going in here to access things or modify, it's some of the end users that are managing some of this content. But it's going to end up, go ahead.
I reuse it.
Do you?
Oh, yeah. Well, I don't,
point.
It needs to be whatever is the most identifiable label. If calling it title isn't the right thing to call it, change it to something else.
Well, like this one is likelihood rating. And if the person went in here, they probably wouldn't know what the title meant.
Yeah.
So, yep, just depends.
Otherwise, you have to hide the field because it confuses and frightens users if you do that.
Frequency. It's yeah, exactly. Okay, so I've got that one. Good. Got a few that change it, some that leave it. You know, it depends on what I'm doing, but in this case, it made sense. Some of the other ones, it would have been fine to leave it as title. I don't think it would have been a big deal. But like the impacts, oh, go back. The first column for impact is actually reputational impact. So that might be hard for the user to understand. And then I'm going to create this other column. Oh, multi-text. Give me a second. Do it again. Now this is long. I'm just going to do legal compliance in. What's the abbreviation for compliance fits? I'll just spell out compliance. All right, legal compliance environmental. And then I might just rename this to compliance environmental. Okay, so here's the impact. Paste that in. Almost there, promise. Effectiveness score. Oh, I didn't mean to go there. Keep doing that. Keep in mind, Fitz and I haven't had sleep. score, add. Now, normally too, if I'm using score, I would create a site columns, and then I would do some PowerShell to script this stuff out too. But I kind of wanted to show you creating this, but I absolutely would script this out. Okay, improvement areas, one more. And assets. Oh, let me copy paste. I'm also using the new Edge browser, and I like it a lot. It's Chromium, and the nice thing about it is I used to use Edge or Google Chrome, and Google Chrome you couldn't. You had to have a Google account if you wanted to sync, and with the new Edge, you actually can create your profiles and sign in with your Azure AD accounts, and then it'll all sync. So I've officially been converted. Okay, assets. So assets, I could leave that as a title if I wanted to. Let's do examples. That's short text. I can do single line of text. And then one more, asset group. Do this as a choice column. Another little tip, one of the things, especially if customers have choice columns and they have a lot of stuff and they update it, and I want to alphabetize it instead of manually having to do it, I'll take this, copy, paste it in Excel, resort it in Excel, and then repaste it into here. It's my little tip. I'm all about trying to make things a little bit easier. Okay, here we go. Got the asset group, and let's copy paste this. Okay. There we go. So now I've got my lists. Make sure I got assets, all of that. Oh, likelihoods. Let me paste into that one. Forgot to paste in there. Go back to my list. All right. So I have everything. Let me fix threats. I'm just going to delete and repaste because I don't care about the ID fields. I hit the wrong one. Come on. There we go. Let's do threats. I'm getting a little sloppy, guys. I'm sorry because I have a short amount of time, right? So I'm not going to be perfect on this. And I wanted to not give you smoke and mirrors either. I want to give you the real deal. All right, let's do this. Paste. There we go. So that's going to update. So that's updating. And then the next list I'm going to create is an actual risk list. So what I need to be able to do is have a form that's going to capture what the risk name is, what the date is, who the owner is, who the contact person is, and then choose and then use some of these columns. So I'm creating these, have these as lookup columns. So I have one more list I'm going to create and call it risks. Or risk. So we'll have, what would you call this, Fitz? Would you do plural or singular?
Risks.
That's what I thought. And then you're just inputting a new risk.
Yeah.
I know there was a little thread going on between a few people before on this. Okay. So now we're risk and title.
If I were to do this, if we were to do this with relational tables in SQL Server as opposed to SharePoint lists, then yes, of course we would call the relation, the table, risk, not risks. But this is tables or lists aren't tables.
Exactly. Oh, hang on. So now I'm going to create my new risk list. Give me 1 second. Pulling up my reference. Okay, so I've got, so this will be risk name. Yeah, exactly, risk, because I'm selecting from a bunch of them. Perfect. All right, so now I'm going to do risk name, risk date. Let's add another column. We'll add a date. I might just leave that as title right now. And the only reason being because I know exactly what's going to happen in my Power App. So, but I might just do it so you can see. All right, so risk date. And I'll default this to today's date. And you'll see that I do this, but when I go create my Power App, it's not going to pick that up. I wish it would. But I'm hopeful. I'm going to cross my fingers that maybe it'll actually work this time, but it normally doesn't. Okay, so contact. Now you're also going to notice I'm not setting required fields right now, and there's a reason for that as well. And when I was rebuilding this demo, I jacked up my flow a little because I went to start changing a bunch of the SharePoint columns as required. And once I go into the flow, you'll see why I'm not going to do that. All right, description. Oh, let me just steal that one. Oh, there we go. But so I want to have a description, and then I'm going to do a lookup field impact. Here. Why? Hold on 1 second. All of a sudden can't get to my. Here we go. Okay, so impact. It's going to be my lookup list or lookup column here. So I'm just going to pull from my. That's where I probably should have named it impact. No, but it's impacts. Okay, so we got my impact. Going to do likelihood, which is also going to be. So now I'm just going to add quite a few lookup columns. Likelihood. Control effectiveness score. Didn't I just hit? There we go. Okay. Of course, you know, if you want to do a lookup, it has to go in the classic mode. This is a long title, so I'm just going to go ahead and shorten this. So, and then I'll rename it. Okay. Risk classification, almost done. Oh, look at that. It wants to hang. Here we go. I'm just going to. All right, risk classification. Asset. Now, I do have a question. How many people attending here have been already working with Power Apps? Okay. Now, another question, are any of you using any third-party products for workflows, or have you been getting into Power Automate? Mediations. Okay. In-text, Power Automate, great. Cool. Now, Nintex. Oh, we've got a WEBCON BPS user in here.
Cool.
Awesome. Okay. How long have you been using the WEBCON for? And that is 3 years. That's awesome. Now, are you one of the designers, or do you have other people doing the design? for the WEBCON. Choice. One more column. Okay, very cool. Now I have another question. Are any of you still doing on-prem SharePoint? Oh, we got a yes. Okay. So hybrid, partly got some migrating. All right, I think I got everything in here. And you know what? Let me just go ahead and rename this. See what'll happen. Okay. So I went ahead now and created my risks list, and this is going to be the list that I'm going to use for the input of the data. All right, so I have a couple different options here, and because I'm using SharePoint as my data source, I can create a Power App here as a Power App custom form, but I'm going to flat out tell you right now I don't recommend this, and this is why. I did a project, seemed like a great idea, but the more complex my form got, the more bugs that I encountered. And so I suspected, I know back when I used to do InfoPath forms and flows, SharePoint designer workflows, if I made too many changes, a lot of times something would just stop working. But even though everything looked right, it would just not work. So I would either rebuild the InfoPath form or rebuild the SharePoint designer workflow, and then everything worked again. So I kind of suspected the same type of things were happening with Power App custom forms. And so I was pulling my hair out, couldn't figure out why it wasn't working because everything looked right. So I rebuilt it as a standalone Power App. I basically took everything, took my formulas. I mean, I had to copy paste things, but I rebuilt it in 17 hours. And when I did it, all my issues went away. So I will tell you that I found that this seems like building a form here as a custom form is buggy. But if you were to do just something extremely simple, I don't see that being an issue. But when you're doing more complex things, where I started to pull from data sources such as I was pulling from Azure SQL plus SharePoint lists and so on, and it just got more complex and it just got buggy. So if you're going to want to use multiple data sources, I don't recommend using the Power App custom views. So what I'm going to do is a standalone Power App. And since like I mentioned before, because I'm using SharePoint as my data source, that's still part of your Office 365 licensing. So I'm not going to have to pay any additional to do that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a Power App. And so if I were to click Customize Forward to create app, I'll just go to Power Automate instead. And I have this is the thing that annoys me with Modern though, is that it opens a bunch of new tabs. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to Power Automate. All right, so that's I want to make sure I have my workshops open. Hang on, that's the other one. I have a backup plan, by the way, or oops, workshop. My bad, let's go here. Okay, so I'll leave that open because that's going to be my list. And then what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go ahead and I'll just do a new duplicate tab here. I'm going to go to Power Automate. Power Apps, sorry, going to Power Apps first. So I'm going to Power Apps and going to go here. And I'm going to create my new Power App. And this is where you have a bunch of different options. And I will tell you, so in the beginning, like I said, when I was trying to scope this out for the client, I did a model-driven Power App prototype or started one. And it was one of those things where I started it and then Fitz did his, and just the amount of time he was able to accomplish everything that needed to be done and how long it was taking me to try to figure out workarounds to do stuff. It was pulling my hair out. Model driven, like I said, it requires the highest license for the Power Platform. But the way model driven works is the way WEBCON BPS works. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, Fitz, where is that like, is it the same type of thing, Fitz?
I would say that the idea behind model-driven Power Apps / business process flows,
Yes.
we obviously execute very differently, but it's
Right.
the same kind of idea in that there's a binding or a wedding of the user interface with the data tier with the logic, and by modifying the model, you modify the application.
Right. Now, if I'm doing a Canvas app, the Canvas app will be a standalone app. Now, there's a couple of things to this caveats. When you're creating them, I can do it from blank. Now, you also have the choice to start from data. Now, if I'm using SharePoint data, so I could use a SharePoint list. So if I can choose to do this, and if I click on this, oh, it didn't give me the other prompt I wanted. If I were to start from SharePoint, what's going to happen is it's actually going to create a phone app. But let me just go ahead and choose all my lists, or let's just do one list for now. That's right, because I can only select one at first. So I'm going to do it off the risks. Oh, that's right, because I did the lookup list. Don't mind me, guys. If I mess up a little, I apologize. Like I said, Fitz and I have both been up all night. So if I were to start from data, here's what it's going to do. It's going to create a phone view Power App. Now, what I like about this is that it gives me all the 3 screens I need. I have a browse screen, a detail screen, an edit screen. It has buttons already. I can go and play this Power App, and I can go in here and input my items here. But just see, this is the phone layout, and this is what you get by default. Okay. Now, but chances are I'm going to want this to be, for this customer, most people were going to input on the computer. So I needed to do more of a tablet view. Now, when this template here, when it's created, you are literally restricted to phone. You have no way of changing the canvas size. Now, I've been giving feedback on the product group on this. I'm like, why can't we just do a tablet one? Well, so I'm going to create one from scratch instead. I'm going to create one that's going to be blank. So I'm going to go back to Power Apps, and I'm going to create a Power App from blank. And if I create it from blank, now I have the choice to choose. Do I want it to be a tablet, or do I want it to be a phone Power App? So I'll do this. I'll call it Risk Management Tablet. And I'm going to click Create. And while that's creating, let me show you something else. Power App Community Plan. One of the things you can sign up for, I think it's this one right here. I'll put it in the chat window. I do this with any of my tenants I have. So when I'm working with Power Apps and Flow, prototyping stuff out, or even with the customer where we want to test things out, what you have the capability to do is to sign up for a free Power Apps community plan. And you can sign up for that, and you can actually add that to an existing tenant. So I will give you this link, and what you can do is, get started for free, or if you already have an environment, existing user, you can click create an individual environment, and it will add this environment to your tenant. So let me put this in the chat here. And what this will do is this will give you everything that's actually on the higher tier license. The only thing I don't think you can do is share. But this is great because you'll be able to play around with some of the other things like model driven and common data service and things like that. So, and when you do it and set it up, what'll happen is it'll show up as another environment in your list. And so that's one of the things I recommend you doing. Okay, so now going back to my risk management Power App. So now I'm creating a blank Power App. I'm starting from scratch. Now there's many different things I would do. Now I can see the environment I'm in. I'm actually working in my CK training environment. But if I had added a community plan environment and wanted to develop off of that, I could change the environment that I want to work in. But whatever environment I work in, that's going to be the same environment that I'm going to create my flows in as well. Okay, whoops. Nice. Okay, gave you guys that. Perfect. So I'm creating a blank Power Up, and I'm starting from scratch. And what it's going to give me, it's going to give me a screen 1. Now, you do have this new feature here called components, which is nice because I can create reusable components such as a header or other types of elements. There's some great components that are available on GitHub too that the community's been publishing, like color pickers and calendars and just different types of controls. So that's cool because this is released now. But I'm just going to go back to screens. And so the first thing I always do is I'll rename my screen. And in this case, I'll just do this as, I'm going to create a couple different screen. Well, I'll call this browse new screen. Oops. Or what I can do here is click on the drop down. And what I'm going to want is I'm going to kind of mimic what that standalone Power Up was going to be, where if I were to play this, I would have a browse screen where I can browse all the items, because what I want to do is have the users actually just use the Power Up to access the data, input the data, and modify the data. So instead of them going into the SharePoint list. So I am going to want a browse screen for that data to pull that data up. So to do that, there are these different templates available here, and one of them is a list. And the list is going to give me a gallery control. So here I'm going to get my gallery control here. I'm just going to go ahead and rename this to risk management. And the other thing I could do is maybe I want to say, browse or something like that. Now, I really like to make my Power Ups look a lot better. I will tell you that, well, the first thing I do when I'm creating Power Ups, I get the functionality to work. I get the functionality to work, I get the controls and the data and so on. And then I go back and tweak the UI and make it look better. I will tell you though, you will spend a lot of time on UI. The other reason I don't do the UI first, some of the UI stuff, is because things could change in the requirements. So I could waste time working on formatting controls and so on, and then the requirements can change, and that could have just been a wasted effort. So I prefer to get the functionality working. Get the functionality working for the process and all that stuff, then I can go back and make it look better. Okay, so a couple of things I'm going to have here. Now, you have your tree view here, which is going to give you your screens and your components. Then you have your canvas area here where you can add, you create your screens. Yep, UI can consume a lot of time on the comments. See, I'm glad you confirmed that. They are making things better, but there's still, you're going to see quirky things that I'm going to deal with. You're going to see some bugs that I have been encountering and different things like that. So here I've got this, and you're going to have data sources. So if I click on, I have my gallery here. So I'm going to go ahead and change the name of this, and I'm going to call this, I'll just call this Browse Gallery or Risk Gallery. Risks. So I'm going to display all my risks. And right now it's providing some general information. And what's happening here, I need to connect it to my data source now. And because you saw that I created it from scratch, so I'm not connected to any data right now. And then what I can do though is now I can choose my data source. And on here, since I selected that, or since it doesn't not tied to a data source, it's prompting the panel for me to choose a data source. And this is where I'm going to expand the connectors. And when I expand the connectors, here's where I'm going to have some common ones that are up here. And I'm actually going to just connect to a SharePoint list right now. So there's my SharePoint. Now this is where you're going to be able to see, oh, let me launch Zoom It. Hang on, I've got Zoom It somewhere. Oh no, I rebuilt this computer. I'll install it during a break. But anytime you see an icon here, like a diamond icon, that means it's a premium connector. And so like I mentioned, if you are using the community plan template or environment, that's where you can test these premium connectors and so on, because that will be included in your little community plan environment. But so that's premium, but I'm not worried about that because I'm just using a SharePoint list. So I'm going to go ahead and click on SharePoint. When I click on SharePoint now, here's my connection. I'm already signed in. So there's my user ID. Then the first thing here, it's going to give me a list of my site collections that are available that I can pull from. And the one that I'm working with is the Business Solutions Workshop. So I'm going to click on that. And now I'm going to see all the lists that I can choose from. Well, you saw that I created my lookup list and then I created my main list. So I'm just going to go ahead and pull my risks. And this should pull in everything else. So now what's going to happen is I pull that in. Now I don't have any data in here yet. So I'm not going to see anything. But also what I have the option to do is change the layout. Now the data is not going to use any images. So I'd want to change the style or the template that's being used for this. And you're going to see a few different options you have available. And what this is going to do is it's just going to give you controls in here that you can replace. And I'm not going to worry about this right now since I don't have data yet. What I'm going to do is go ahead and create the new form. And then I'll add an item like a test item in there. So that way I can get some results back and then I can go and format this screen. Okay, so I'm going to call this browse screen. Then the next thing I want to do is I'm going to create a new screen. Well, I'll do the browse screen and I'll just copy. I'll take this header here, paste. Oh, look at that. It didn't take the didn't take the background. That's awesome. Normally it's supposed to. All right, so I've got my headers here. And here's another thing. I am a stickler about my naming conventions and so on, and I like to make these clean. But I also learned this the hard way. I went through and built a power up, like I said, multiple power ups for customers. And in the very beginning, I was doing clean names and all that stuff, but requirements changed. So once again, I had wasted effort because I ended up deleting controls, adding controls and so on. And if you delete a control and re-add it, it actually changes. It'll go back to default. So what I'll do is I'll just kind of get the base here, get everything that I need, and then I'll go and clean things up. But like you said, Marcin, right? A lot of time is spent consuming on the UI. I consider this part of the UI too because you're doing your naming conventions of your controls. So there's a lot of time spent in developing Power Apps. Now you can decide you just want to throw away the naming convention stuff. I may leave some of it as default, but just worry about controls that I'm trying to reference. And those are where I'll go and change names. At least that's what I'm going to do for this demo. So I'm not going to worry about making everything perfectly clean. Okay. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go ahead and I want to create a new form. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add an item here and I'm going to click insert, or you have this other panel here on the left now. So you have an insert panel on the left here as well, where you get some popular items. But in this case, I want some inputting of data. And what I'm looking for is the edit form. So I want to add an edit form to the screen. So I'm going to add an edit form, and when I add this, what this is going to give me is now give me the option to connect to my data. So this is where I'm going to connect to my data source. So I'm going to connect to data, and I'm going to choose risks. What the heck? It's not connecting. Awesome. Come on. Do you see that? Do this again. Let me create. This worked when I was building this earlier. Let me create a scrollable one. Do that. All right. Go back. Did you see that, Fitz? That's frustrating.
Yeah.
That's really frustrating. I can't. Oh, well, you know what? Let me do the drop down. Haha. Yeah, thank you. See, apologize, guys. I really had no sleep.
Wisdom
doing the
of
drop down here, duh. Say that again. Oh, bear with me. Okay. So what I'm going to do here is size this, and this is where I get frustrated with the UI too. Oh, and I forgot to turn off attachments on the list. So of course it brought this column in. I can go and delete that, and I can also go and update the list. But when I'm adding it here, what you're going to see is it's going to default, and this is where I'm going to be honest with you. This is where I get frustrated because this is where a lot of the stuff is spent on the UI as well. And I'm saying frustrated because I like to be able to just move things around and have things formatted easily. If you came from InfoPath, you're going to find that this is a lot harder to do your controls than InfoPath to get it the way you want it. Okay, so it's defaulting to 2. Let me just change it to 3. So I can change the columns here that I want it to be, but maybe I want it to be 2 and then make some changes or so on. Now it brought some of the fields over, and what you're going to notice too is some of my columns are not single line of text, but what's happening is when it brings it into Power Apps, instead of it seeing it's multi-line, it does the control as single line. So that's one of the complaints that I have. So that I have to make some updates here to get this exactly the way I want it. And you also saw that I renamed the title column to risk name, but of course it still brought it in as title. So I might want to just go ahead and change this, and you're going to see things that are locked. So you're going to have cards. So when this, each time my edit form is tied to my data sources, and all the fields have its own data card. So it has a data card which creates the control, and the control is based upon the data type that I'm pulling from. And what it's going to do is going to have these functions, and the functions are similar to working with Excel. Now there's things you're going to see grayed out, or you're going to see a lock. And if you see a lock, if I click on a lock, it's going to take me to the advanced properties here, where I can unlock to change the properties. And so it's just kind of extra protection. So it just locks down a lot of the advanced stuff. And so it's having you confirm that you actually want to go and make that change. So in this case, it's pulling the actual SharePoint title, which was not picking up my updated display name at all. But what's interesting though, is so it's picked up the title as the internal field name, but you saw when I created my control effectiveness score column, I actually made that shorter and no spaces. So it's pulling all my other columns in with the display names, but it just won't do it with the title. So that's one of my frustrations with Power Apps. But that's okay, I can fix this. I want this to display the way I want it to the user. So instead of it pulling that name, I'm going to just put in text here, and I want it to be a string. So I'm going to just say risk name. And just like Excel, if you want to put text in a formula, you have to have double quotes around it if you're doing it in the formula bar in Excel. So that's how Power Apps is as well. Another gnat. Okay, so I've got changed that to risk name, and I'll make some updates. A couple things right now. I have this form. It defaults to turn on to snap to columns. But I'm going to turn that off now, because this is where I'm going to make some changes. And this is where you could spend a lot of time in the UI. One of the things I like to do too is I can do relative widths. I can have formulas for the widths where I decide, okay, I want this to be, take the full width of my screen times half or times, a third or so on. So I can do that. One thing to make note of, I actually was going to test it and I didn't have time to test it, but this has happened to me quite a bit, and I think it still happens now. But you want to, in the beginning, determine right off the bat what you want your canvas size to be. And the reason I say that is because let's say I have it set to 16 by 9. Then I go and make a bunch of updates and get the controls exactly the way I want them, do relative widths and positioning. And then I decide to go change this to a different ratio. If I change that, what happens is it jacks up the controls. So instead of keeping some of the formulas will end up being a hard-coded value, and then I have to go and reformat most of the controls again. So this is a very, very important step to try to save you from dealing with a lot of rework headaches. So what I said, make sure in the very beginning you have this orientation and size set up exactly the way you want it. Well, for this customer, they're going to mostly use the computer. So it makes sense to just go ahead and use 16 by 9. But you'll see you have other options here. And these are always dependent upon what you're building. You could be building a Power App for frontline workers that might be on an iPad or on a Surface. So maybe you just want to actually restrict it to that scale. Sorry if you see me killing gnats. Okay, so I'm going to just leave that as is. The other thing is the name and icon and so on. So I can set my app here, and I can do this now or do it later. A lot of times what I'll do is I'll create, you have these different icons you can choose from, but you can also create an image. And this is where I'll create an image, or it could be, you know, company logo or different things like that. And so you can use that instead. And then I can also set the background color and so on. So, but I'm not worried about that right now, but I could set that later. Description 2 would be what the description that would display for the users of that's going to be using the app. The other thing you have here is the advanced settings. And this is where you can set advanced. And if you're dealing with larger amount of data, you can up this value from 500. But I'm dealing with small data right now, so I'm not worried about it. Okay, so I'm going to go back here. This also auto saves. I think it's every 2 minutes or so on. So which is good, because before it wouldn't auto save and you would lose your work. It would have to refresh the browser. So a lot of updates have been made, and that was updated quite a while ago. All right, so I want to make some updates here. I've got 2 fields here that are people field. I have this here, risk date. I can resize this. You'll have each one of your controls will have different properties. Now, if I can choose to format this entire card, and let me get my tree view to stay out. All right, here. So if I go to the tree view here, you'll see I have cards, and what's going to happen is this has gotten better. It used to be messier, but when I added each one of my fields, it adds it as a data card. And so now Power Apps actually does a better job in actually bringing in the name of that field you brought in. Now let's say I don't think I have all my fields here. So if I wanted more fields in here, I can click the edit option here in my properties pane. And if I click on that, here's where I'm going to get a list of all the fields that I currently have. Add additional fields. So here I can add more fields, and this is where I'm going to see everything, including columns I may not want. You might start to notice there's a compliance assessment ID. That's with every list now and document library, because it has to do with the Compliance Center for Records Management. But let's say, so I can look here. Nope, I think I have, do I have everything? Likely, okay, yes, I do. Okay, so remediation steps. I know that is a multi-text field, so I'm going to change this from single line to multi-line. But when I change it to multi-line, it will not adjust my height. So now I need to adjust the height of my control. And so on. Now I can preview. Let's see what the data happens. Oh, when I preview here, what happens is it has no items to display. And the reason it shows no items is because this form, what you're going to see here is I have my screen here, and then I have my form. In my form here, you're going to have a default mode for the form, and the default mode is set to edit. So what I want this to do, I want this form to be the new form. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and change this to new. And then if I change it and click the play icon, now I actually see this, because now I'm in the new mode instead of the edit mode. And I do this so I can preview and see how things are working. Well, there's many different things that I want to be able to do. That is a requirement that the user needs to be able to see more information. And if I go back to my data, let me go back to my SharePoint list. Sorry, I thought I kept it open, but apparently I closed it. Okay, so I'll go here. I'm gonna go back to one of my lists, the likelihoods. If I went into likelihoods, I had more information here, more columns, more data that I need to display. So I need to add this into my Power App. I wish there was a way that I can have my dropdown just display additional fields. Second tab in. So now in model driven, it could pull more information. That is one of the things I do like in the model driven Power Apps, but in the Canvas Power App, there's no functionality. So I'm going to have to add some things in here. So there's a couple different ways that I can approach this. Let me close some of these things here. Okay, there's a couple different ways that I can approach this, and I'll use that as a reference for later, potentially. So I can have a tooltip, Or what I might decide to do is, and I'm only going to do some of this, and then I'm going to show you the more baked one that I built, because I could be here. Like I said, Power Apps takes a while to create. I could easily make this just very basic and make it work, but that's not what I want my end result to be. So a lot of time when I'm building Power Apps, a lot of time is spent in building Power Apps. And like Marcin pointed out, like I mentioned and confirmed, a lot of time is spent on the UI. So a couple of things I'm going to do here. I'm going to go ahead and change the width of likelihood. I'm going to change the width here. And it's hard-coded at 653. Well, what I want to do is I want to actually grab the width of the screen. So I can grab the width of the screen here. Now, one thing I could have done is just check what was the actual width of my screen and then hard-coded that, but that wouldn't be good. I want it to be relative to the screen. So I'm going to go ahead and change it that way. So I want that to push there, but I want my, I want this other field here. I don't want this other field to go all the way across. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to change this. Instead of parent width, I might decide to do same thing, new screen dot width, and then maybe divided by 1.5. Or I don't know how long this data is. Or I can do 2, right? You can play around with your formulas there to get your relative positioning and widths. Another thing you can do in Power Apps is instead of hitting the play icon, one of the things you can do is hold down the Alt tab, and then if you hold down the Alt tab, that will give you the ability to go ahead and play, test your controls. So now I'm holding it down to see, okay, here's what my data looks like here. Well, I'll go ahead and make this smaller. So I could, that'll work. Then the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to expand this card here. I'm going to expand the card down here because what I want to do is I want to add a label here that's going to display more information. And the easiest way to do that, now there's a couple ways I can do this too. I can do it a very tedious way where I add a label for each control column I want to pull in. Or the other thing I can do is just create an HTML text field. So I can add an HTML text field. And when I do this, first things first, your cards are automatically locked. So they're protected. So it's detecting that I'm trying to add a component and it's prompting me to allow me to unlock and add right now, which this is great because you used to not be able to do that before. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to add this control, and this control is added in my card. And I know it's added in my card for a few, 2 ways. One, it added it in here, but what I can do is look at my card here and see there's my HTML text control. So what I'm going to do now, this is where I'm going to name it. I'm going to go ahead and name, just rename a couple of these controls. So this one, I'll just call this, TXT, or I can even call it HTML likelihood. And then I'll hit tab. And then a couple things, I can just fit the width here, but I also have the ability to auto height. And that's what I'm going to end up doing because I want this to change based upon my data that's in here. So what I'm going to do now, give me 1 second, pulling up my reference. Okay. So then also what I want to do is I want this value to pull based upon the item that's selected in here in this drop-down box. So this is where I'm going to actually change the name of my control, because if I were to go, I wouldn't know what data card value 7 is. And so I'm going to make it more meaningful. So I'm going to double click. I'm going to use DRP to stand for drop down. You can also use DD. There's different naming conventions you can do. Everybody kind of has their own way of doing stuff, but I'll do DRP or I can do DD either way. Drop and likelihood. I think most people now are doing DD. All right, so now I'm going to have DRP likelihood. So now I've got that. And then the next thing I'm going to go to is, okay. So now I can build this. I'm going to go back to my HTML control here. And this is where I'm going to expand the formula bar. And this is where I can put full-blown HTML. Well, a couple things I might want to put. So now let me go look at that field, likelihoods. So the fields I want to pull under here is score, consideration, probability, and frequency. So I want to pull those down. Oh, I just realized something else. Well, I've got these lists, and one of the things I'm doing right now is I could, I want to pull this list information, and right now I'm just pulling risks, but now that I want to pull more data, this is where I need to go add my connections. So now I'm going to add my connections to my other SharePoint data sources. So because I want that to be the additional information. Well, so I'm going to go in here, go back and add my data source, and I know I want to pull likelihoods data. I think all of these has more. Actually, I want to pull all of these threats and vulnerabilities. So yes, I'm using these as lookup lists in my risks list, but I also want to have this data available in my Power App so I can filter, lookup, and provide additional information. That's outside of just the risk list. Okay, so I'm going to connect these. And then one for, it's kind of a good idea. You have in your app, you have this on start. So if I click on app, I can do stuff when this app is starting. And there's many things that that's kind of best practice to do. One of them is you might want to set some global variables at the very top to set some state values and so on. Another thing is I can have my controls connect directly to my data source, or I can load a collection on the app start. So now I'm going into the backstage of the Power App. And if I go to the backstage, here's where I can see collections and variables. So I'm not calling any variables right now, so this is going to be empty. And in the collections, I'm also not creating any collections right now, so that's going to be empty. So what I'm going to do is on this app start, I'm going to create a collection. And to create a collection, I'm going to call the collect function. And then on here, you need to give your collection a name. So I might do COL for collection and then whatever my list name is. And then after that, what is the actual data source that I want to pull? And my list is called impacts. And so now I'm going to pull that in. And now I'm getting an error in my Power App right now. It's okay because it's looking for, I haven't finished that. But what I want to do now is if I added this collection, but this collection is not going to load until I actually run my app or start the app. The product group did add something that has been making my life so much easier and other people working with Power Apps and doing collections is before I had to publish my app or create a button when I was developing to load my, to populate my collections because you couldn't do your app on start from here. So they added the option now to run on start. So that way now it's going to execute this. So now this collection should now be populated. And it is. So now you see I created a collection. I called it COL for a collection and then impact. And now I'm going to see a preview of my data. So this is great because it's loading on the app. And this is better for performance on your Power App. And since if you were pulling larger, well, it depends on the amount of data you're pulling, but it just makes it cleaner. It helps with performance. And then I can also append things to my collection without affecting my underlying data source here. So what I'll do here, I'm just going to go ahead and copy the rest. I'm going to do capital C instead. That's what I did originally. Okay, so now I've got a collection. So I've got a collection created for all my different lists. And then now what I'll do is I'm going to mess up now because, whoops, let me save first. And I'm going to mess up, and here's why. Because I loaded my collection. Actually, no, since I renamed it, it'll be fine. Oh, no, it will be fine. Okay, let's do it. What I've done before is where I've tested run on start and added another collection and run on start again. So instead of clearing my collection, what happened is I would have a duplicate data in some of my collections. But now I updated it. Let me go back to my collections. And now I'm going to see all my collections are populated. So this is great because now I've got this populated. I have this additional data. This is going to make my power up faster than if I were to just trigger up each one of my controls to my live data source. And this data is not going to change frequently. So that's another reason why it's not bad to put it in a collection. Okay, so now that I've got that collection, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go back to this HTML column here. And then what I'll do is I'm going to add my fields. So one of them was score. So I wanted score to show up. Well, I also might want that to be bold text. So now I can add the HTML. Whoops. Make that bold. So I'm adding score. And then the next thing I want to do is now I'm going to do, I want to add. So I'm going to do the ampersand. And then I want to look up this item, the additional information for this item. So what I'm going to do is call the lookup function. Then in here, I'm going to call my impact collection. And then after this is where I'm going to filter. And I'm going to filter title equals, and this is where I want whatever the drop-down value of my likelihood drop-down column is, dot selected dot value. It is not like, hold on. Oh, wait, one more thing. And then what is the field that I want back from that? And I want score. Wait, where is it? Hold on. Look up title equals selected values score. All right, let me copy. Oh, that's the wrong field. Likelihood. Yeah, no, likelihood has score. Hang on. Likelihoods. Ah, wrong field. Sorry. This is I want. I was looking at the wrong data source. So likelihoods. That's it right there. There we go. So now I have score. And then if I want to test it, let me select an item here. So now if I change the item, now you're going to see it populate score. Well, let's go back to my likelihoods. So I want score, consideration, probability, and so on. Okay. So let's go back to my power up, and then I'm going to add a break here. For formatting, I'm just going to hit, hold down the shift and hit return to do a new space here. And then the next thing, and then I'll just copy this line here. And then I will, whoops, consideration, probability. So then what I want to do is, and there's no way to there's no fast way to do this, unfortunately. The only faster way I think I'm getting here is just kind of copying a line and then replacing it what I want to look up. So in this case, I want consideration, and then the value here, I want it to be consideration. So now you see I'm pulling consideration. So I'll just continue to do that. And the way I'll do this is I'm going to end up wanting this for many of the different fields. Oh, my cursor just kind of freaked out here. Hang on a second. There we go. So I'll just go ahead and copy this next one. Wow. Okay. Paste again and probability. And I'm going to just copy from probability there, probability there. So you see I have probability, and then one more will be frequency. Okay, so now you're going to see, now there's my formula. And if I look here, now I've got score, probability, frequency. So now if I were to change the selected item, you're going to see that it updates. And that's what I want. I mean, I would love where my dropdown can just display that additional information underneath, like sub items as additional information in there, but I don't have the capability to do that. So my way to work around that was to just add a field here so that it's going to display the information based upon what's selected. So I'm going to want this for impact as well. So I would do the same thing. I would, go here and set the width. And then let's do it one more time, what was that, new screen dot width. Same thing. And now I would just copy. This is where I kind of copy paste. I'm like, okay, well, I like the size of that. So let's go here and copy the width here. So you can see, as you can see, this is where you spend a lot of time. You spend a lot of time dealing with your controls, dealing with the UI. I'm trying to get back to the chat so I can see if you guys had anything in there. Where did I get back to it? Hang on. There we go. Okay. So, yeah, so as you can see, this part's tedious. Now, I kind of enjoy this. I do, because you're building it, but it does take a lot of time. There's not an easy way. There's really not an easy way to do this. It's just time is spent in building your control, getting things formatted the way you want, and so on. So there's a good amount of, so you can kind of gauge just how long it took me to do that and how much time it's going to take me to do some of these other controls. And so get it formatted. And the other thing I want to do is I want to kind of categorize this stuff out. So that way I might have, some of this should be, the general information, and then some of these other fields are classification. So I want to add titles here, but I want it to be scrollable. I could easily move stuff and add a label, but what's going to happen is if I start scrolling, my label's it's not going to be relative. So one of the things that I do to get around this is I go and edit my fields and I add what's called a custom card. So what I do here is I'll go here and add a custom card. So I'm going to add a custom card. And when I add a custom card, it's going to add it to the very bottom. And what I want to do is I want to break apart where I've got, the risk name, risk date, contact, and so on, and description. I want impact is where it's going to be the classification fields. So I'm going to move this custom card above impact. So I'm going to drag it here. And of course, it's not doing the full width, and I want this to be the full width. So I'm going to have to go ahead and adjust this. And I'm going to have that be the full width. And what I'm going to add here is my header. So I'm going to go add an item here and just add a text label. And then here I'm going to change the positioning of it. And then I'll also change the width. And like I said, I can drag and drop these controls and all that stuff, but I like to do it all more relative. So that's why I'm more formula based on width and heights and so on. So same thing, new screen dot width. So I've got my text here, and this I'll call this, I might do some padding on the left here, maybe 20, and then I could change the text here, and we'll call this classification. And then I'll make this text bold, and maybe make this, 26 or something like that, 22, whatever, right? I could tweak that as long as I want. So this case, I'll auto do the height there, and then what I could do is adjust this height. Normally, I'll get the calculation of what this height is and set that, or I can just go ahead and scroll this up. But like you see, I could spend a lot of time on UI. But that's my way of adding a header field in here. So a couple things. So impact is going to be one. Likelihood is going to be another. Let's see here. That's going to be part of the classification. And risk class likelihood, control effectiveness, and risk classification. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go ahead and same thing. I want to add one more break here, and a couple of ways I can do it. I can't duplicate this card, but I can duplicate this actual control. So I'll just go ahead and add another custom card and add this after risk classification here. And then I'm going to have to set the width again. Yeah, I could set a variable. I mean, there's so many, whoops, new screen, my bad. Dot width. Okay, so setting that, and then what I'll do here is I'll just go ahead and copy this label here, go back down to here and paste in there. And then, so now I've got that formatted exactly the way I want. And now I'm just going to change the text here to categorization. So now you see I'm breaking it up. Now I'm breaking it up this way. I could implement other things such as tabs. Of course, that's more work. I think there is some component tabs that are available to install and download now too. But like I said, you can get more creative, just how much time you want to spend on working on your Power App. But in this case, I'm just going to keep it simple. But like I said, I could have tabs to click on. So that would be fun. And so a lot of things I'll do too is I might create it this way and then later go in and enhance it and then go change it where I change this to be a more tab approach. But there's so many different ways that you can go about it. Okay, so then let's say, okay, impact, I want to do the same thing. And this is what I would do here. To get it quicker, I would just go and copy this here, paste it in here. Going to give me the unlock and add option again. I'm going to drag it down. Let's change the height a little bit. Okay, drag it down a little bit. And of course, this is calling the value from the drop down. I'm going to go here and go back to, so when you click on a control or a card and you go look at it in the tree view, it's going to have it highlighted what you're looking at. So in this case, I'm going to call it DRP impact tab. And then now I can go on here. Let's go look at my impact list to see what the fields are. Impacts. So this just so it's legal compliance here. So I need that information. So I have, go back to here. So I only need, I'm just going to copy and paste. All right, so legal impact. So here's what I'm going to do. And this is where either using your Excel file or your SharePoint list to copy paste is good. I'm only going to display that one additional information there. And then I'm going to change this to pull my impacts collection. And I'm going to change the drop down to pull my impact drop down. And then the field is, this is where I can search legal, compliance, environmental. Okay, now I'm going to test it out. And of course I have to select an item first, and there it's displaying. And so this is only one field, so I'll adjust. But so you see where I'm going with this. And then this is of course having an issue, so I'd make it wider. All right, so as you can tell, it's going to take me a while to create this. So you're kind of gauging how long it's going to take me to create this power up. So I have another power up that I created that has, you know, more of what I wanted in here. But like I said, you can see I could spend a week, I could spend weeks, right? Just depends on how far you go and how quick you are doing certain things. And the other thing on here, I would want additional screens too. I would want, you know, maybe a display screen and so on. So let me go to my other site. So I have a site here. I have a test item in here, which is good. So you're going to be able to see, I'm actually going to change some formatting of that browse gallery control. So I have one item in here already. And you're going to see if I go to my site contents, same thing. I have all these different lookup lists that I created. And now let's go to the Power App that I created. Let me close all these. Okay, close that. Don't save. Fine. Okay. So I'm going to go open this Power App now. And so this Power App, it's still not 100%, but it's more than what I had. And you're going to see here, I have a, you know, I've got this, my browse gallery here, and this I didn't change. And I did that on purpose because I wanted to still kind of pick up what I wanted to show you. So you saw when I was creating it from scratch, I created this gallery control, and on it, I didn't have any data back. Well, now that I have data back, now I'm going to go and change this layout. So I can decide to display additional information. Well, like I told you before, I don't have any images in my data. So I'm going to go ahead and change this to use a different style. And so what you're going to see now is that I'm going to see my information, but this all can be modified. So because all this is controls, and so you can modify it, display more information. So this is, and maybe I want to add a label here too. And what I can do is I can actually do, I can add a label dynamically, or if I want it bold, I don't think it's going to work. We'll see if it'll work. I don't think so, because it has to be an HTML control. But you can see you can modify it, because all that is controls. So I can modify that. Of course, I would make it a lot more better, or make it better. This is the display name contact. Maybe I want to change to a different field. So what I'm going to do here is I can click on the fields here. And when I click on the fields, this is going to have all of the controls that are currently in this gallery here. And then I can map it to something else. So I have the date and then the contact. Maybe I don't want to use contact. Maybe I want to display risk status. And so this, I know now this is under risk review, and then I can continue to add additional fields. And if I wanted to, you know, I can, maybe I know that status field's smaller, so I can make that smaller. And then let's just say I'll duplicate this and move this here, right? This is where you're going to spend time tweaking it as well and getting things set up the way you want. So this I know is risk status. I might call that, you know, risk status. And then here I might display risk, you know, classification or something like that. So, but you see, you know, this is where you determine what you want to display. It does take some time to set this up, but that's where you start making your changes and get it the way you want it to be. So risk classification, maybe I want that to be risk class. There you go, accept low. So you can make those changes and updates. And then other things here. Oh, I've got an error somewhere. Let's see where I've got an error. I'm getting an error. Oh, risk gallery not selected. What is not liked? Okay, so a couple things. I have to, you know, modify, add formulas on select. If I select something, I need it to go somewhere. So what I want this to do is if I'm going to select this item, I want it to go into the edit form mode. So then I have to put things in my formula to do that. If I wanted to create a new item, what I've done is I've added an icon here, and you can add different icons here. And I added an icon and I have it on select there where I'm actually calling my new form and I'm navigating that. So if I were to hit play, click on here, this is going to now take me to create a new risk. Now there's a couple other things. I want this thing to have, my Power Up to have approvers. Oh man, yeah, we should break for lunch. I've been 90 minutes. So as you can see, it takes a long time to build a Power Up.
So why don't we break for lunch for an hour, come back, then we'll have 2 hours left in the workshop. That will be plenty of time for us to show you a little bit about what the flow component to this would be. And then I'll build the whole application in a half hour in WEBCON BPS.
Mm-hmm.
And then we'll talk about subsequent things like how to document it, how to secure it, how to deploy it, and things along those lines. So we'll see everybody back here in 57 minutes. Thanks,
right.
everyone.
Thanks, everyone.
Let's get back into it. So while the break was going on, Christina and I were talking, and we thought that it might not be a bad idea to pause for a moment. We're gonna come back to the Power Platform thing, but we had gotten through a lot of the Power App stuff and the data stuff. So, you know, 3 tiers, right? Data, forms, logic. We're saving the logic bit, and we're going to come back to it. And we're going to flip over to showing you the WEBCON way, which is not going to take a very long time. And we'll do that. Now, I need to stop sharing. Bear with me, everybody, for just a moment, because we have to change a couple of things out. There we go. Okay. I just need to switch some things between different screens, and then we'll be ready to begin. Just a moment. All right. I think we can start. Okay, the first thing we have to show is Time for me to show you my screen. Oops. And I forgot one last thing. Well, okay. This is not going to be the most elegant thing. You're looking at the next slide that we are going to show, and then we're going to slide over and do demos for about 20 to 30 minutes. And the WEBCON way of doing this is going to be sort of very different from the way that you would have done it with the Power Platform. First off, I'm going to begin with the workflow. Before I do anything involving fields or any of that other stuff, I'm going to work on the process. The next thing I will do is define fields. And the next thing I'll do after that is any kind of user interface. So in other words, I'm going to do the radical practice of starting a process solution with, well, the process. So if you will bear with me for a moment, let's jump in and do exactly that. All right, so let's slide over here to my demo environment. And what I have here is the WEBCON Designer Studio. Now in Designer Studio, it's one console from which to build the entire solution. I don't have one tool for data, one tool for the forms, one tool for the process logic. I'm going to build it all from one place, and I'm going to begin by creating an application. So let's go ahead and call this risk demo 2. And in fact, I'm going to build this up. There we go. Now, just to give you a sense of the whole thing, I just created an empty application. And let's take a quick peek at it. Right now, there's absolutely nothing in the application whatsoever other than one button for launching a new workflow. That's it. No reports, no dashboards, no processes, no nothing. But it does show up over here in the WEBCON BPS portal. Now, what you are looking at is, first off, this is WEBCON's own portal. It's a standalone portal. It's running Internet Information Server, and its job is to show every process application that exists. There's a certain counterpart to this in Power Platform land that we'll show you in a bit. But I bring this up so I can show you where we're going to run this from. Make no mistake, when we have an application, here's one that's already built. Here's an application that lives inside of our standalone portal, but it's also completely accessible as a set of web parts that live inside of SharePoint. This is not screen scraping. These aren't the exact. This isn't the exact same page. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 web parts. There is also the ability to show everything inside of Teams, pending tasks, available cases, and also an overall dashboard approach, and so on. So this is here in case you've got an environment where you want to see the big picture, in other words, every application you've got. But it's also a place to put, to serve up UI components that can be consumed inside of web parts or inside of tabs, inside of channels, or inside of add-ins for Outlook or mobile devices or any of a number of things. So I had to explain this or else you won't know what it is you're looking at. Now, this is web-based, and then the Designer Studio is a Windows application. All right. Let's do this. I said that we had just built an application, right? And I put it inside this category, active applications. There it is. It's risk demo 2. And right now, all we've got is a start button and an activity log that said I just started something. There's nothing else. No pending tasks, no new tasks, no overdue, none of this information is ready yet. So let's start building something. I just wanted to show you that there's an empty shell and that it shows up inside of the overall environment. Actually, it only shows up for some people. Here's user privileges. Right now, only administrators see it. No one else that opens this up will see it. All right, now what I want to do is add a process to this. So let's right click here and choose create new process. I'm going to call this process risks. In fact, because I already have another application in my environment by the same name, I'm going to call this risks 2. Now the form type name will be risk. Acronym will be RSK2. Workflow name, risk. Lifecycle. All right, and the administrator will be anyone in our administrators group. This instance number that you're looking at right here, this is the way we're going to assign human readable unique values to each item. Every item's got a GUID, every item has a long integer, but those aren't fun to read. This will be, in this particular case, form type RSK2 /year /month /serialized number. You can actually build it up out of anything. All right, I'm clicking that. And there we go. I now have an empty workflow and I have an empty form. This empty workflow is pretty lame. Start, finish, and go to next step. I mean, that is truly the essentiality. There are no form fields yet. There are no special anythings, and I don't have any reports or any views of the data. This is very, very early days. So the very first thing we're going to do, I don't know what data I need yet. I mean, I do because we've worked this out in advance. But let's say that I'm starting to build this with the client, and we're not sure what data we're going to need. We just know that we want to maintain and manage risks. So what I'm going to choose to do here is build up my process before I go any further. So let's zoom out a little bit and make a bit of room. And I am going to up here say, we will start this. Actually, I'm not going to pop up a window yet. I'll just type directly here. All right. Instead of start, why don't we call this risk input? Okay, so we're going to enter a risk for the very first time. Oh, and we know that it will end at some point. So how about I drag this over here and I say it is accepted. All right, and now this, instead of calling it go to next step, why don't we call this submit? And now we got something. Now we're going to submit it somewhere. So how about we do the following thing? From input, let's give it an intermediate step. And instead of it going from there to there, let's have it go here. Let me move this around a little bit. We're not going to call this new step. We're going to say that this is where it gets reviewed. So this is risk review time. And then once we get past risk review, that's when we have the risk review board take a look at it. If you're curious as to where I'm getting all of this from, I'm getting it from here, the risk management scenario we talked about before. So I input the risk review board is going to do an initial review. They'll decide to remediate or accept. If it's accepted, it's got to be assigned an owner. If it's remediated, we need to discuss what to do, perform it, validate it, and then it can be accepted. All right. So right after the risk review board takes a look at it, we are going to want them, we're going to weigh in and decide what the outcome is. And the outcome will either be to accept or remediate. So if the decision is to accept, what is it we have to do? The risk acceptance owner has to review it. Okay, so owner review. All right, so let's do this. I'll draw a line here and we'll call this review complete, or yeah, we'll call this submit. That's okay. And then draw a line here, call this accept. We also need a path to follow in case the decision is, instead of accepting, to remediate. And this will be a discussion. We'll get to the other stuff later. I just am a firm believer in doing the process first, because everything will, pardon the expression, flow from that. Okay, so I'm going to make this better in just a moment, but this is a fine place to start. So if it is remediated and we go through that, then we need someone to actually do the work. So if the decision is to proceed, then we want somebody to actually perform the remediation. And what did I just do? Oh, I just accidentally hit save, that's all. Okay. All right, and then if that is finished and we think it is complete, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do a little bit here to facilitate with reviewing this later. So here's what I'm doing. There is method to my madness. You see, I would very much like to throw in a few notes here. So for example, here under input, we're going to have this be, how can I best put this? Why don't we say that this is the submitter or the author or the identifier? Let's call this submitter. All right. In fact, let's see if we can do that. Okay, so now here we're going to throw in a second note. I'm going to have these notes indicate who is responsible where. So this will be the stakeholder. When looking at this, we identified 4 primary roles in all of this. So let's create another one. We'll call this review board. And yep, we're good. And I'm making everything kind of line up in place. And then the 4th role, that was the acceptance owner, right? Okay. So let's, there we are. Done. It doesn't have to be a perfect straight up and straight down. It doesn't have to be a straight across. In fact, so I'm going to have the vertical dimension indicate who's doing the work, and have the horizontal dimension just be what happens as we move across. All right, so we submit, goes to risk review, we check the outcome. It's either remediate or accept. If it is remediated, we do the discussion. If we perform the remediation and we're finished, that means this has to be reviewed. or validate remediation. And let's draw a line here. What shall we call this? How about we name this complete? If you are willing to bear with me, I'm going to make a little bit of extra room. It will come in handy. Okay, let's move that down by 1 and that down by 1, and that ought to be fine. Okay, if it is validated and we agree that it's okay, then what happens next? I believe if we've done all of that, then we're done. If we validated that the remediation has been done, then I believe, as far as we're concerned, we're finished. So it is accepted. And in terms of, I guess we just let's just call this step accept. If the owner agrees to accept it, it is also accepted. Let's not do that. Let's have it go here. All right, and we also need to give this a name. There. Now, there is a possibility that the owner might have questions, so the owner might have to send something to the risk review board. So let's also put this in here. And I believe we call this acceptance discussion. All right, and if that's the case, we'll send it up that way, and we'll call this questions. And it should only be fair that once a response is available, let's call this return response. Okay, and now let's make this slightly prettier and create just a little bit of extra space so that people don't misread this. This has no bearing on the actual operation of the process. All right, do we have everything we need? We can do better, we should do better, but this will be enough for now. Actually, no, it won't. When we submit this, one of the first things that could happen is that we might need more information. So one of the first things, it should be possible to send this back with a request for more information. All right, so more info needed, submit, submit outcome. I believe we're pretty much done with modeling the process. And in fact, with just a couple of exceptions, we could get started right now. We need to put in some numbers. I don't have data yet, but I can certainly make people step through things. But if I'm going to do flow control, I need to throw something in here. So if we are going to do this, let's see. If, let's say true. Yeah. Then we choose a path. And we'll pick the one called accept. Otherwise, we'll choose the path called remediate. We will change this later to be a test of an actual value. I just need to have something in there so that this can move. All right, and now what else do I need to do? Oh, some assignments. So who's going to be, when we create tasks in WEBCON BPS, you should think of us as passing a form through all these steps. We don't have to do it that way, but it's the default, and 95 times out of 100, it's the right way to do it. So imagine us passing a form from here to here to here to here, and so on and so forth. So rather than assigning an extra task or creating a task object or something like that, for us, a task is just, while you're here, you're responsible for this. So all I need to do here is, as we're moving from along this submit path, who gets it next? And I have a group already defined called Risk Review Board. There they are. Okay, so they get this, and we'll send them a standard email so that they know that they have to work on this. It could have built-in buttons and so on, but I don't just need them to make a decision. I need them to provide some input. So that should be enough. By the way, if the Risk Review Board has, well, they have two options. They can submit, or they can say more info is needed. If the Risk Review Board, and here are all the paths, they're both here, if they choose more info is needed, it needs to go back, and it's going to go back to the original author. We are going to say that if more info is needed, I'm going to demand a comment from these guys. They can't just say more info is needed without saying what's needed. Okay, so far so good. What's the next thing we should do? We submit it, we check that. If it is accepted, it needs to go to somebody. So it's going to go to the owner. And right now, I'm going to stop, because at a certain point, we're going to need to identify who the owner is. And if memory serves me correctly, that will take a moment's doing. I believe we're doing that with a designated field to indicate who we've chosen to be the owner. So if that's the case, then we're going to need to, no, actually I take that back. Risk acceptance owner is a role, so we can just go ahead and do this right now. Whoops, sorry, I need to do this by the book. Risk acceptance owner. Okay, let's also make sure they get a standard email. If this goes to a stakeholder, let's see who is going to get that. I believe maybe for the moment, let's see what the roles are that we've created already. Maybe we can just let's go ahead and say that the stakeholder is whoever is occupying an risk management system. That could be something entirely different soon. We may change it to the value of a field at some point. Okay, and if we proceed, that will get assigned same person. If it's completed, we're going to send this to the Risk Review Board. And if it's accepted, this is considered one ways to finish it, final, either final positive or final negative. We don't really have a negative outcome for any of this. So that's about it. Oh, questions. So if questions are posed, those go to the risk review board. And if there are questions, we should demand that comments be supplied. And then when the risk review board returns this to the owner, we also need to insist that there be a response of some sort. So again, I will say you must have a comment in there. Okay, I think in every case we have a role occupant. We have almost everything we need to try this out and see if it works. Let's save it just to be safe. Now, right now, if I go, if we take a look at the form, there's pretty much nothing here. There is an instance ID and a business entity. This will just be the friendly ID number that people see. Business entity is if you have multiple divisions or something, this is an automatic field that pops up that lets you choose which division you're doing the process in. You can have application, like for example, North America versus Europe, or manufacture, or let's see, investment banking versus auditing or something like that. If you want the application to behave differently depending on where it's running, this is how you indicate where it's running. And then different default values can show up and different branching can take place. In a lot of organizations where you've only got one entity, this is, and you only have one defined, then this is an invisible field because it's always the same value. But someone's going to want to know what it is. That's what it is. And I believe in my environment, I do have North America and Europe, so it will show up, but we'll be able to ignore it most of the time. All right. There's a top, a bottom, a left, and a right. And we always have task details, and we always have attachments, and we always have comments. They're just automatically there. I can hide them, but they're always part of everything. I don't have to do extra work to get them. I don't have any form fields yet, and I don't have any way to display the data. So what I really need to do before going any further, I don't need this. It's just really awkward if I don't have it. Let's create a data view. I call it data view. The WEBCON people, I haven't heard anyone express annoyance with this, but you know, I've been with WEBCON for 2 years. They're officially called reports, but they're interactive, and they're more than just displays. They're like SharePoint list views, but we call them reports because they are primarily to display things. So I'm going to call this risks, but again, yeah, risks 2. And what's the next thing we have to do? The process that we're going to show data from is risks 2. I could filter it by different forms and different workflows or different steps, but no, this is exactly what I want to do. What fields do I want to show? I don't have any custom fields yet, but I could, I suppose, show who created it. Throw that in there. That could be fun. And maybe even when it was created. Oh, that is it. I wanted created by as well. So instance number, who created it, when, what step we're in, how long we've been waiting, and who it's assigned to at the moment. And the last thing I want to do is add a built-in button to create a new instance. I mean, there is a button here that will start a new instance, but I like having one right on the report. Okay, I don't really have to have anything beyond this. Let's go take a look at it. If I open this up and I refresh it, I will see that I've got a report to look at. And if I click here on new, I see, you know, we're defaulting to my current business entity, and I see the option to submit. All right. Now, one of the things that's different about WebCon is I don't have to learn a lot of things in advance. We are, we make change really easy. So I'm building this in an iterative fashion. Even before I have no data, I check to see whether or not the flow is correct. So I'm going to click submit. And this should wind up being assigned to whoever is on that committee, the risk review board. That's 2 people, Luke Cloudwalker and Rhoda Horse. Let's go to Rhoda. I have Rhoda in a different browser logged on as a different person. And sure enough, I see that, oh no, that's, I'm sure the email will show up in a minute, but it hasn't yet. I'm going to go right here to her view of the portal and look at her tasks. Ah, I need to log her back in. Okay, here it is, new risk. We're in the risk review step, and she has the option to ask for more information or submit it as accepted. So, well, I'll tell you what, let's kick it back. More info needed. Ah, I need to explain what we need to know. At least give it a name. So now it goes back, which means I should have it now. And if I refresh it, I see that it is indeed assigned to me. And so now, let's see, cooties. There is a risk of cooties. All right, let's go take a look at Rhoda's queue now, and it is back on her plate. And if she chooses to submit it, it should go to whoever we have accepting risks. Let's see who that is. It's a guy named Justin Case. So if I go here to Justin, and I refresh his environment, do I get a pop-up? No, I don't. Okay. So we have all of his tasks across all of his applications, or just the new ones, or the ones that are overdue. Let's look at all of them. But yeah, this risk is right here. He has the option to just accept it or pose questions to the risk review board. Let's try. Oh, and by the way, notice how the steps are over here. In fact, we can do a little bit more than that in a few moments. Let's click question. Ah, if he has questions, he needs to say what they are. Why? Questions. All right. Now this went to the risk review board. That consists of Rhoda and Luke. So if I refresh this, I should see Justin asking why, and I have the option to return a response. So because, return the response, and it's back in Justin's plate. So Justin's going to accept it, in which case we refresh, it's finished. It's not assigned to anybody, we're all done. And I am going to take it on faith that if we follow the other path, it will work out just fine as well. So now we're going to do a couple of things before we go any further, not the least of which is decide what belongs inside a risk review. Yeah, I mean, we know who's doing what, we know what paths we're going through, but some of the stuff we're doing, we really need some form fields now. So if we're going to do that, let's figure out what they are. I would like the form to contain more information than it does. We can't live off of comments, but it is good to be able to test the workflow logic with a form that is, shall we say, Spartan before we go any further. All right, let's see. What shall we do? Well, we need some fields. So how about we go ahead and create some? I'm going to go here to form fields, and this is not so much, how can I best put this? We call them form fields, and they are, but this is really a data schema. You actually should think of these as site columns. If you were to map this to Microsoft lists or SharePoint lists. This would be like creating site column definitions. And then here under form types, this is like a content type. And then this, a process would be something like a list. And again, all of this plugs into SharePoint very, very nicely. The reason we build it all here is because I can package all of this, including the data, and then deploy it from dev to test to production, and keep it all together as a nice organized package. I don't have to go to extra trouble to create everything together and then make sure that there's mapped or matching data waiting for me at the destination. I'm creating it all in one place. I'm deploying it all from one place, and I'm maintaining it all from one place too. All right, let's do this. Form fields. I need some fields, not the least of which is we probably should start with the risk name. And that's just a text field, so that one's easy. How about the risk date? Again, this is pretty easy stuff. Date is something that needs a picker, so it shows up in that group. Anything else? Risk contact, maybe. If you've got questions about it, that is a person or group. All right, a person. We could configure it and refine it and allow it to be other people, or to allow it to be groups, but no, by default, it's just a person. And then do we need anything? Oh, an owner. Let's see, that's also going to be a person. And maybe, oh, a description. Why don't we do that? And that'll be multiple lines of text. Could be rich, could be plain. We'll leave it at plain at the moment. All right, so we do that. And let's see if the next thing we should probably do is have some vulnerabilities. So how about we indicate how high the risk is, or what the classification is. So how about we do, I'm going to create a new form field. In fact, I'm going to do one other thing. I'm going to save this before I go any further. And let's go over to the form. You see these fields, name, date, contact, owner, description. I'm going to put description right underneath name. And yeah, that's good. Oh, this is the schema, right? I should probably make the contact equal to whoever the current user is. So how about we do current user? And not the current user's name, the current user's login name. I don't want there to be any ambiguity in case two people have the same name. In a sufficiently large organization, that is inevitable. All right, so now I'm going to save. And there we go. Let's take a look at it. If I were to create a new item, I don't have any fields. I'm actually making a mistake in order to illustrate something. The reason you don't see any fields is that we have this thing called a field matrix. The field matrix job is to decide what gets displayed when under which conditions. So check this out. Input, risk review, owner review, remediation discussion, actually acceptance discussion. Let's do this. Owner review and acceptance discussion go side by side, and then this is the path. I'm flattening the whole thing out, but what you're seeing are steps in the workflow across the top, fields in the form along the side. And now what I can do is essentially this. The name of the risk is visible, so is the description and the date and the contact and the owner. In fact, for the name and the description and the date and the contact, those are going to be required. If the person submitting it wants to suggest an owner, they can, but it's not required until we get to the risk review board. Now, they We're going to let them see the name and the description, but they're not going to be allowed to edit them. They're going to be read only. Same thing with the date. I mean, they're going to review this stuff, but they're not going to be able to change this stuff. And then the contact. No, I submitted it. I should remain the contact. The owner, however, now it's going to be something that they can change. So they'll decide how risky it is. That's right, we don't have a field for that yet. And they will determine who's going to own it if someone owns it. All right, now the owner review. They, at this point, I kind of want to do some blanket edits. So we're going to set everything to read only. Let's do that. Okay, everything is read only. The owner can't do anything, at least not to these fields. And then if we're deciding whether or not, if there's an acceptance discussion going on, nobody should be editing any of those fields. Same thing here. In fact, here, let's make perform remediation be exactly the same thing as remediation discussion. And have this just copy everything over as well. And then if it's accepted, everything is read only, and there. Now, if we save this, and I reload, there you go. There's your form. This is all sort of coming together. We have more to do because we need to classify some of these risks and so on, and we are going to do that. In fact, we're going to do it in just a moment. But what I'm showing you is what I'm doing is focusing on the process first, the data second, and the form is actually just manifesting itself based on what I want. By the way, this stuff over here, I can make it go away. By default, it is not visible. It's not until you ask for it, but we remember whether or not you want to see that stuff and leave it. It's a setting that sticks. Okay. Next thing, there are several things I did here where I played fast and loose. I had, let's see, here we have a risk owner identified now. So rather than this little hack thing I did, I'm going to assign it to the risk owner. I like that a whole lot better. Same thing here, remember? Shouldn't be going to this role I had created. It should be to whoever was designated as the risk owner. There we are. In fact, we're going to use risk owner to identify the stakeholder or the, actually no, let's use risk contact for this. So instead of that risk management system that I had thrown in there, let's use risk contact. Same thing here. Okay, I think, so by default, the risk contact is the stakeholder and it'll be the same person as the submitter, but it's possible for that to be somebody different. Okay, anything else? Oh, right, no, we can't change the outcome yet. I don't have a field to work with. Okay, that's fine. Let's go from here. Save this. And now I need to do a little bit more work. By the way, I want you to notice something we've done. We're kind of loading a bunch of stuff together at the same time, but I didn't give anybody but the author or the administrators of this environment the ability to use the application. So if I come back over here, can you see the Brisk Demo 2? It's here under Active Applications. Okay, let's go here to a different user. And this other user, I will refresh this and open up the same category, And you'll notice that we don't see that application. In fact, Rhoda Horse, right? She was given an item to review. Does she see this application? Nope. She doesn't have permission to go to the application or open it or do anything with it. If we give her a task, she'll be assigned that task. We allow people to participate in a process without having access to it by just granting them temporary permission to do the thing we asked them to do, and then we take everything back. All right, so I have a process. I have the beginnings of data, but I'm not done because we have that whole method we need to go through where we assess what the risk is. Now, we can't do this without a bit more data than we're working with right here. See, the problem I've got is I need a way of rating whether it's a high risk, a low risk, a medium risk, something like that. Oh, tell you what I do want to do. I want to go here to this report. And now that I've got some better fields, I need to throw them in here. So for example, the name of the risk, let's get that in there. Description, that's a multi-line field. I don't think we want that. How about we throw in risk owner and risk contact? Heck, we can throw in risk date too. I like being able to see all that stuff. Okay. And now we need to do a couple of other things. Again, we want to be able to identify what the level of risk is and what's going to be affected by it. Now, this might be the only time I cheat. And even then, it'll be relatively ethical cheating. So I've got two choices here. I can bind the data coming from other places. If I go here to this tab where it says data connections, I can have connections to SQL databases and web services and Oracle databases and SOAP web services and SharePoint sites. And from there, I can create persistent data sources that come from SharePoint lists or SQL databases or and such. We can also have another process be a data source for another process. And we also have this thing called dictionaries. So what I want to do is what I would like to do is be able to deploy the entire thing as a set, including all the data sources. So I don't want to have to create several lookup lists in the target environment and make sure that they're kept in sync between my dev environment, my test environment, and my production environment. I want this application to be a consistent set of stuff. So I'm not going to rely on external data, not for this one. I'm going to create another process just to hold it. Now, when I built this so far, this is a bit more than I want. I mean, I don't want to necessarily create a lengthy process just to maintain a set of data. I also don't want to, I don't need most of this stuff, but I do definitely want to access data coming from another place. I mean, if you take a look at this is kind of like a list. This is kind of like a table. I should be able to use it as a data source. We support a certain kind of special process called the dictionary process. It's basically a very stripped down version of a big process. It's just there to hold data. There's no fancy application logic involved. It's just there to hold data, but it's otherwise the same kind of thing we do normally. So process name, let's make this, let's see. risk classifications 2. You'll find out why I did 2 in just a moment. The form type name will be RC2 or acronym, seeing as how things get IDs. Workflow name, risk classification 2 dictionary. And the administrator will be my standard group. Okay, we just created a dictionary. It has an empty, or it has a single step process. We've just created 4 fields. Normally I need a name and a description. There's always an ID. And active allows me to quickly mark something active or inactive. And that basically means I can keep stuff lying, or I don't, if I want to delete an item, but it could break lookups on old archival data, I can just mark it as inactive, and then it won't show up in new items, but it will still be around for lookup purposes. All right, what else do I need here? Almost nothing. I need a place to put in values. So I will need a way to maintain it, so I need an interactive data view for that. So let's add a dictionary report. It'll be for the process called risk classifications 2. In fact, let's give it a name. And what columns do I want to have show up in there? I probably want to have all the relevant columns showing up in there. Let's even have active show up. I need a new button to make, I need to make sure that appears. Anything else? Nope. There's really only one more thing that I will need. So here under form fields, now I can have risk classification. And this will involve a choice field. And the data source for that choice field will be this new dictionary I just created called risk classifications 2. And I can test it to make sure it works. I don't have any data inside here yet. And then, yep, okay. That all looks good. So now I can save this. Actually, I didn't, well, it doesn't matter. Saving it certainly doesn't harm anything. But now if I go take a look at the form, I see there it is. Okay, so who, I don't even want the person inputting it to even see it. So that's exactly what I want. When the risk review board is here, they definitely need to identify what their classification is. And then after that, it's every, actually, let's just do this. Let's right click here, set everything to read only, and then just change it. There. Okay. Now, this isn't bad, but now I'm seeing this looking kind of cluttered. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to group these fields a little bit. This is good for schema organization, or it'll also be nice for the form. So how about we create a group called just overall. Let's create another group called classification. All right, now I'm going to do a little bit of dragging and dropping. So under overall, let's throw in the name and the description and the date, the contact, and the owner. And then let's throw classification in there. And in fact, you know something? under, no, that's fine. This is good. Now, if I go here to the form, you'll see everything has been grouped nicely. I have to go back to the matrix and show the, hang on a second, there. The group for formatting purposes, you treat like a variable, so you turn it on and off. If I have the group disabled or invisible or read-only or something, that affects all the fields inside of it. Okay, let's save. And now if I refresh, and I create a new item, you see groupings. Classification. Oh, okay, that's confusing. What I should do is not have the category show up either at this initial stage. Notice, by the way, that I can make a change and then just reload the form, and the change is taking effect instantly. This is kind of nice too. All right. What else? Oh, right. We need to branch based on the level or the classification level. So I need to put some values inside of risk classifications too. Let's go back over here. And if I refresh the whole thing under reports, there's my risk classifications too. Now I could import from Excel, but I don't have a spreadsheet handy. So I'm basically just going to make my classifications high, medium, and low. And let's make a new one, medium. The new one is low.
A quick tip on the export and import from Excel. One of the things I've been doing, especially if my if I have a big list here or a lot of data I need to input in here, I'll export to Excel, so it gives me the template, and then I'll fill in the data, and after that, then I import it back in.
Absolutely, that is a really effective technique. It totally works. In fact, if you want to see what this looks like here, we can do it now that I've got 3 values in it. So if I export this and now I open it, you'll notice that we've got some GUIDs in here and some field names and so on. So I can paste things in here now. And then if I import this spreadsheet, it will notice that if there's no ID, it will just import it as a new item. If I modify something, then it'll notice the ID and make a change. That works rather nicely. And again, if I change a 1 to a 0, then it will mark the item inactive, and therefore it won't show up in listings. It'll only be there for historical lookup purposes. So yeah, this works rather nicely, but this will do for the time being. So now I have risk classifications 2, and I just need to do one last thing over in the workflow, which is this. This thing, outcome, instead of true, we're going to say the stuff that we think of as low risk, we just accept. So here, instead of this, let's see, what did we call it? Risk classification. Yep, there we are. If risk classification name, I don't really know what the ID is. It's a GUID. But if it is, what do we call it? Low. There. If risk classification equals low, then we'll just accept. Otherwise, it needs to be remediated. And I believe we have an application. Well, we should do one last thing. Here under this lookup, under user privileges, I do want everyone to be able to see it. So there. Okay, I can kind of ignore this from now on. I can even, if I've loaded enough data in there, I can even remove the report, or and I have the ability here to hide the whole thing from the navigation menu, and in fact lock down exactly who's allowed to see it in the first place. So there are lots of ways for me to not have these lookup value or tables cluttering up the application. All right, let's go back here. And so now if we go back here to risks and we create a new item, see, I've got overall information. And so the risk name would be earthquake. Risk description, we are on the West Coast. Risk date, well, that's unknown, but I need to put something in here. So how about we say, 2020 is one of those years. Let's say there is a risk in between now and the 31st of the year. We don't know who's going to own this, so I'm not going to go any further. Let's submit this. And away it goes. And again, it went to the review board. That would be Luke and Rhoda. And so if we look at Rhoda, she's got something to review. And so now we need to decide who the contact is. We'll leave the contact as me. And the risk owner, let's make the risk owner this guy, building. And we'll say the risk classification is low. And so now I will submit this. And that means if I take a peek at where it is in an owner review assigned to Bill. We've been in this for less than 1 day. Okay, that's good. Let's go find Bill. Bill is in blue. And again, I'm not going to wait for the email. Oh, I need to sign in again. There we go. Here's his risk. So if he wants to, nope, the data is locked in. That's still read-only. He can't really do anything other than accept it or pose questions. And again, I'm going to have him accept it. Notice that over here we indicate that we're in an owner review. Now, we talk about being able to change some stuff even while this application is running. We'll do more with changing the process while it's running, but I would like to change some cosmetics while it's running. So how about we go back here to this form? Remember, he's got it open. He's editing it. It's live. But let me do this. Let me see. Let's go to the process. And there were a couple of things I wanted to manipulate about this. One was, I don't want the attachments there. I want them down here. So they're gone. Just details and comments. And the second thing is I want, in, what was it, the workflow? When we were looking at this, there was one other thing I wanted to change about the look. Oh, right. I want Bill to be able to see the big picture as to what's going on. So here's what I would like to do. Let's save the whole thing. And I am going to generate a preview of this workflow map. And now, by virtue of having done this, if we go back here to Bill, I'm not going to refresh the entire browser window. I'm just going to reload the form. Two things. If I click here, here's a picture of the workflow process and where he is at the moment. And also notice that the attachments are now down on the bottom. We can do a whole lot more than what you've just seen, but this is a good point to stop at. I will say one thing though. This is the application I've been building so far. If we had more time, I would instead be working with this one. This is the real one we did a while back. And this one has all kinds of clever stuff. Look at all these dictionaries, asset groups and assets, and there are even business rules whose job it is to determine formulas for determining exact risks and so on and so forth. Here, I'll show you what I'm talking about. There we go. This is the formula for calculating what the risk is. It's based on several different inputs from several different fields. And it's looking up things across multiple external tables and so on. There just isn't time to go through all of that. But you did get a pretty clear picture as to how you build an application with WEBCON.
So one of the things that I love is the fact that you can have a process running and you can completely change the workflow. And
yeah, okay. Yeah, you know something?
Because I think you need to show that.
It's a little bit out of order. I do think we probably should show just a little bit of that.
Yep.
So how about we do this? I will say that if the owner refuses to accept it, we need there to be the option for the owner to send it back to the review board. So because right now the owner can either accept it or pose questions, and I don't like that. So let's do this. Bill has got this open, right? We accepting questions. That's not enough. It's running. So let's do this. Let's draw a couple of extra lines in here. I think this will be fun. I am going to, let's see. There we go. This is frozen for just a moment, and I'm assuming it's a remote desktop issue. It happens from time to time. There we go. Oh, I know what it is. This is user error. I need to open up this group where it says workflows and actually select the workflow. Now I can touch anything I want. Okay. He has the option to accept. He has the option to go into an acceptance discussion. But what we haven't given him is the ability to reject it and send it right back to the risk review board. So let's do this. Reject. Or refuse. Let's call it refuse. And if that happens, we're going to do a couple of things. Thing number one, it's going to go back to the risk review board. Thing number two is we're going to make sure they get an email that tells them this. Thing number three is you can't reject it without explaining why. So again, I'm going to require a comment. Save. Let's go back here to Bill. Reload the form, and there's a new option to refuse it. Now remember, this is halfway through. But yeah, we can manipulate, we could have 50 of these running, and if we decide to change the process, all the running instances will get the update in real time, in midstream.
See, that's huge. You can't do that in Power Platform.
You actually can't do that in just about anything. Yep. It's a fairly unique thing to WEBCON.
Yeah.
We call it instant change. It's trademarked. It's the total number of companies that offer this can probably be counted on one hand, if that. Maybe even a damaged hand. Anyway, accept, question, refuse. There are lots of other options here, but this is a fine time to stop. So what you saw me do was build the process first, then figure out the data, and then adapt the UI to gracefully fit the process and the data. And in fact, I even had a UI automatically generated for me even before there was data. We can get fancier, but you get the idea. If you want to know more, ping me or ping WEBCON directly, or talk to our booth tomorrow at Networking Day. And I'm sure they'd be delighted to show you more stuff. In the meantime, we need to talk to you about the things that comprise a business process. And before we go any further with that, I am going to, my birthday isn't, oh, my birthday's tomorrow in European time. My birthday is Wednesday, but it'll be, anyway, moving on.
Happy birthday, coming up.
Thank you. No, my birthday is the 28th. Had this event been going on in person, had the pandemic not struck, we would have all been doing this on my birthday in Wiesbaden. It would have been fun. Okay, Christina, can you show us a little bit about what you can do in Flow?
Yeah.
Well, just for a couple minutes, and then
close to what you did. Hang on, let's make sure this is the right screen. Yes. So one, the screen size, a little bit of a pain. So one of the things I've had to do with doing my, one of the things I do when I'm working with Flow, sometimes, I hate to say it, but I'm like making the zoom size of my browser smaller, especially when I'm doing things. But so a couple things. This one, I was actually doing stuff on buttons, but on this example I'm showing you, it's just when a new item's created. So the Power App's updating. I should probably turn on my camera. The Power App is updating statuses and it's going through approval. I don't have time to show you. Plus, I broke a few things because I was trying to do something. But I had to add some. I basically had have it where I check who the logged in user is in the Power App to see if they are part of an approver group in my AD group. And if they are part of that group, then I allow them to see the approval controls to be able to approve. Where'd it go? So there's a, oh, that's a new one. And I just broke it. It's giving me an error for some reason. Oh, there we go. It's working again. So it's really ugly, by the way, but I would make it look a lot better. But now it knows that I'm actually an approver. And so what it's doing is it's seeing, so I can see this, but if I did not have approval or wasn't part of the approval group, I would not see this option. And so what it is showing me which status it is in right now. Then I have the option to remediate or approve. And then depending upon what I do is going to trigger certain parts of the workflow. And so I broke the ones where I was having some of my buttons. I mean, I've got part of the process working, but I just went ahead and rebuilt one where it's actually triggering off when an item changes because the Power App is actually updating a risk status. So then what it's doing is I'm doing a switch I'm doing a switch. I'm checking to see, this risk. Then I'm doing a switch and I'm checking on the risk status field. And then I added so the switch controls, I got all these case statements here. So I'm saying, okay, well, is it in this process? If it is, I want to start and wait for an approval. And so it's going to go through and it's going to give them responses. Are they going to accept or are they going to remediate? If they accept, then it's just going to go ahead, okay, update to risk accepted. I would have more here to send an email and so on, and then I could terminate the workflow. And to do that, if it's yes, I can just go here, add my other, I can go ahead and terminate it here. And if I want to terminate it on success. Now I can add a lot more stuff too if it fails to do, error handling thing as well too. And that's a whole nother, lot of time. But then if no, then I'm going to move it to risk remediation. And in here, I was update that. And of course, I was figuring out, because there's things you can do when you trigger a flow to ask for information, but you've got to do some other things if you're going through this process to ask for things. So I can go through, I have to start a task and so on. So there's a lot more work that's involved that I have to do to get this where I want it to be. The other thing I can't do, I wish I could, make things go back to other items. But the way I work around it is, I might create variables in my flow to and set that, and so I can know the state of where my flow is at. Now I've run into bugs before where it'd be in a loop or it wouldn't end. So there's certain other error handling stuff that I would add. But then if it moved to risk remediation, then it's going through another process here. So I'm starting an approval process, waiting for a response. In this case, I'm doing one response, but I could do more if I have more approvers. And then it's okay, they're either going to submit or more info is needed. And so based upon that, I have another condition here, and to see if it's submitted, then it's going to update the item. And then if it's not, it's going to go through, and I would actually have more things here where it would prompt for or try to gather more information. But you see that I'm building out and having to check, okay, what's the status, and move things along. And the way I'm moving it along is by updating the field in the SharePoint list. But I can also
looping back up to the switch again.
Yep. Which part?
When you finish this, like if no or something like that, how do you get back up to the top? Are you looping or having this workflow call itself, or
no?
what?
It doesn't go back up. What happens is it's going to continue on the cases unless I terminate it. So,
okay.
Yep. So it's going through processes. So here I'm terminating it, and then I'll have but then also what I haven't added here is after all of this, it goes through the process. Okay, let me like minimize these so you can actually see. So I haven't added a termination step here though. So because what I was handling is to do certain things and then terminate within here. Now I do have an option if it gets past outside.
Oh, I see. So if something is modified,
yes,
then okay, I get it. So every time there's an implicit assumption that if one's going to modify the item, they can do it once. They don't manually move it along. They modify it and then we react to it. Okay.
And then based upon their approval reaction, it continues to move along.
I see. Okay.
The process.
Yeah, that makes sense.
That's kind of how I have it built. It's like only a small percentage of, but there's a lot involved. But like I said, I mean, there's some powerful things I've done in Flow, but trying to build a process to go back through just to do state machine, because I used to build state machine workflows in Visual Studio, and you couldn't accomplish that with SharePoint Designer workflows and stuff. I mean, I equate this to I think Power Automate's extremely powerful, but the name Automate right there, but it's powerful. It's so more powerful than what
everyone was happy when they changed the name because it really became a lot more accurate.
Yeah.
This kind
I love Power Automate
for automating tasks and so on, but it's not exactly easy to see a process model emerge from this. You kind of need to create a whole different diagram in Visio to explain this to somebody, which is a point we're going to make in just a moment. Do you want to show anything else, or is this?
No, I think that's good.
Okay.
Yeah. And to make a point, like if I had to have changes in my flow, I'd have to re-kick the flow, or if I had errors. So that's why I'm like, I love the instant change and what you can do, because it just you can keep things moving along.
Well, thanks.
Now, just real quick, go back to your matrix. I don't know if any of you have worked with model-driven Power Apps, but model-driven Power Apps is where you actually you do more of a process like this. And I will tell you, having to update the fields was extremely painful in model-driven, because instead of here, it's a lot easier and you can do bulk stuff. But in the model-driven, unless it's changed, I haven't touched in a while. You had to like click, and like rotate it through until you can get it to the next status. So that when I saw this, I was just I was in awe, because I'm like, oh, that's so much easier to change the settings.
Thanks.
That's all from my experience.
There's one other thing it occurred to me that I should show you. Because we don't need to have this trigger. We have it triggering on a button, but it occurs to me there are times when you might want to allow somebody to save work in progress but not submit it yet. And the way we handle that is to draw a line back to itself. And you still need to assign it to somebody if you're doing that. So we'll just take a dynamic role, which is the current user. And there's one other thing that we'll do here, which is no need to validate the form if you're just saving it for the moment. And if you're saving it, we probably want to keep working with it. So I'm going to put this into wizard mode. And that essentially means just refresh the page and keep the form open, much like going through a multi-step wizard. So check this out. I could be doing this in several different places. Anywhere I think somebody might keep it for a while. So let's come back here, create a new item, and notice how I now have this option to save and continue. And if I click it, it's updated. I have an ID number now, and I can keep working on it. And even though I haven't filled in some required fields, I've said don't validate it yet. We'll validate it when I click submit, in which case it's going to yell at me for missing a bunch of stuff. But I can continue to save it, and that'll be totally legal. All right. Enough of all that. It's time to move on to a couple of other key things. One, diagramming and documentation. And I do want to be mindful of the fact that we're supposed to be done in about 40 minutes. And we can do this. We just need to be judicious about blasting through it, but these are the things that separate, or that you really need to consider if you're building a business process solution. So under diagramming and documentation, that involves communicating with stakeholders. And what do we mean by stakeholders? Solution owners, solution maintainers. You need to explain things to them, and you need them to be able to validate your work. And so if you are not able to diagram what you're doing or document it, you're not going to have a very good time. Remember, the people building this, if you're Christina building something in the Power Platform, or me building something with WEBCON BPS, we're a bit geekier than our constituents. So here's how we handle things like that. I'm going to come back to my model, and if I want to diagram it, well, I actually don't need to do any extra work. This is a diagram I think I can show to somebody and they'll understand it. The assignment of tasks, the sending of emails, a lot of the housekeeping chores are buried one level below the surface in these paths where we're assigning things to people, or events when you enter or exit something. So there could be a lot of activity going on in this, but the high level cognitive diagram is right there, ready to be understood. And we can kick this up a notch. We wanted documentation, maybe to give IT so that they can maintain this better. How about I do this? We have a feature called generate PDF files, generate Excel files, generate Word files, et cetera, et cetera. We do that with form data and merge it and turn it into a printable or shareable or sendable document. But we can also do that with the metadata of this workflow model. So how about I click generate documentation? And so this is for the architects and the application maintenance people, and it's even for people that just want to read up on exactly what the application is and how it works. Okay, it's done. Let's open this up. Let's go here to documents, and here's risks 2. There's your application documentation. There's the workflow diagram, a description of all the fields, any special formulas or expressions that are involved, description of every step in the process. The first several pages up until I think here explain how every WEBCON application works. And then we segue into the specifics about this solution.
Can you open up the one that has the diagram of the process?
This one?
Yes, yeah. Just so they can see. That's just like, first time I saw this, my mouth just dropped to the floor, because I wish I could generate documentation this easily. Look at that.
Yep.
And then of course you can go in and refine it, but this just completely, I don't know about you guys, but I spend a lot of time on documentation, about doing screenshots, building tables, everything. And that's what I have to do for the Power Platform. I have to do, I spend a lot of time from doing the technical documentation for the support and then the end user documentation.
And we're not really picking on the Power Platform here. This is actually true of a lot.
Everything. Yeah.
Yeah.
Everything. Anything technically that I've built. I mean, I've never been able to generate documentation like this.
Yeah, when I first met the WEBCON guys before I joined them, I had a long list of things I wished other products did, and I was amazed that WEBCON's not perfect, but man, they really thought through some stuff that I think are kind of essential, because I can't imagine IT not wanting that once they've discovered it. In fact, you know what we really like about it is you can do a Word document compare on documentation generated a month apart and show somebody painstakingly what kind of work you've been doing for them, reacting to the changes they've asked.
Oh man, that's beautiful.
But anyway, so that was documentation, and yeah. And the
Like
Power
you guys
Platform,
know, any of you that've been working on products or just solutions, right? You're all spending the time to have to, the manual process of having to create the documentation.
all right.
Kudos
Assistant.
to WEBCON on that. That's awesome.
Well, thank you. User assistance. You need to be not just communicate with stakeholders. You need to be able to communicate with users. But explicit about that. When you're diagrams, tell you when they try to open the forms and work with them, but that's more a communicating with users thing. Communicating with stakeholders will tell us if we got our model wrong, but they need to be able to understand our model. That's why you either do it with WEBCON or you do it with something else and do the work a second time with Visio. There are a couple of other products out there that have a separate dedicated application for process mapping. And that's interesting, but you're still deferring. You're using one tool to build the application and a different tool to explain the application.
We have a question.
Yes.
Can the WEBCON workflow connect with other applications, for example, Dynamics CRM?
Yes. We'll get to integration very, very shortly.
Yep. Okay.
But now we want to talk about communicating with users. So that's stuff like in-context help and documentation. Basically, ways to help users use your solution. Also, anything involving ease of adoption. So how about I'll quickly segue to the WEBCON way. What I had not done before was to provide any descriptive text. So let's do this now. Please describe your risk and submit it to the review committee or review board. And then here, please review. In fact, let's also look the paths that one can take. It's either submit or more info needed. How about we describe these things? So path here would be, I don't know, return the case to the author for more information. And if it's submitted, depending on risk level, send to acceptance owner or mitigator. Okay, so if I do that, and now I come back here to this item, and let's say plague of locusts. It could happen.
It's 2020. Anything can
It's
happen.
2020. Yeah. And again, we'll say this could happen as late as November. They'll die. It'll be too cold for locusts after that point. And I'll still leave myself as the contact, and it's not up to me to decide who the owner is yet. So let's submit it. And now let's send it to the review board. Oh, by the way, when I was creating a new item, notice that I now have instructions to me telling me what to do. But wait, there's more. Let's go back to the review board. Remember, Rhoda's on the review board. And so Rhoda has instructions here to please review. But if she hovers over these buttons, here are instructions as to what to do, including my spelling mistake. So essentially, anything you do to provide some explanatory descriptive text in the model goes into that automatically generated Word document, and it also comes out here inside of the user interface. Now, that's the WEBCON way. How do you do tooltips in Power Apps?
So the way I have to do tooltips in Power Apps, there's not.
Do you want to show anything? Do you want me
Well, hold on. I'm trying to change my resolution. I'll just talk about it briefly because I do want us to talk about external data.
Okay.
So I'll show real quick, but there's nothing really built in to do tooltips. I mean, I do have things if I have required that I can put messages. But if I want to do tooltips or certain information, what I do is I end up adding labels and then maybe, or labels, you know, with some transparent, like some, depends how I want it to look. Like have a little thing pop up and where we just based upon what they click on, and I have to handle it in formulas. So that's the way I end up doing it. Actually, hang on, I can show you one real quick. Let me just go here because I already have it. Now, what I haven't checked is there could be, oh, I'm getting errors. I'm having this issue lately where it keeps thinking it's just like not keeping my credentials. Okay, so I'm not going to hit yes because I need to sign in as other users. So what, anybody, have you guys checked out the new icons? You like them? I think they're very modern. So what I haven't checked is to see if there is one of these here. Is there's more and more components of things that can be done. And I think, yeah, here it is here. So we've got this school transformation survey we've created for educators. This was a Microsoft project. And one of the things was we needed to have a little tooltip. And so what it is I had, let me go into one. I don't know if I can do this. Oh yeah, out of school. So they wanted to be able to have.
You can't see your screen.
Oh, dang it. Wrong screen. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah. See, lack of sleep's getting to me, man. All right, here we go. Oh, it's not in this one, but what I would do is have like a little icon here that they can click on, or have it where I can add an action here where they can hover over. And I apologize. I thought I had it. I'm just so tired. I'm pulling up the wrong stuff now. But basically you handle it in formulas and you hide and show controls based upon hover or, you know, where they click and things like that. So that's how I end up doing it.
Oh, so you're trapping a hover event in the form and then manipulating the contents of a label control.
Yep.
Gotcha. Okay.
And then I might put a background on the label control or make it like some transparency where it'll be maybe like this color type of thing. You know what I mean?
Gotcha.
But you're adding more controls and you're hiding and showing it. You're setting the visibility of it.
So it's not a tooltip technically it's not a tooltip, but hopefully the user doesn't care because they
it's my hack of a tooltip.
They see explanatory text in the form of a label that you've suddenly made look very obvious.
Yes. So yeah, you don't have a way right now to where you can add text to where you hover over and it would display information.
Okay.
As far as I'm aware of. But yeah.
I'm sure it'll come at some point.
Oh, I'm sure it will. Because it keeps improving.
Cool. All right. Let's move on. Integrating with external data. This is actually one area where I think, you know, it's a 50-50 decision. And the Power Platform way is pretty darn, In the Power Platform way, all data is external. There's no internal data in Power Automate or even Power Apps. You're always binding to data that lives somewhere else, right?
Yep.
Okay.
This is where the Power Platform shines, I think, because of all the different connectors, right? You've got Power BI, you have Power Apps, and you have Flow, and you have all these connectors and more keep adding. And of course, you can connect to anything that's REST as well. What the thing about with the Dynamics side, Dynamics is very complex. If I were to do a REST call to Dynamics, you can't, there's all these different queries that are built into Dynamics. So you're not going to get the queries. It's difficult to pull Dynamics through REST. So if I'm pulling Dynamics through, I'll either use, if I'm doing it in the Power Platform side, I'm using the connectors, or if I need to, a lot of times what I've been doing too is taking that data and getting it, because there was a Dynamics question, so I thought I'd bring this up, especially CRM, taking that data and pushing it through a job into Azure SQL to get the data the way I need it, and then pulling that into the Power Platform or into any other type of application that I'm trying to work with. I just found from the Dynamics side, it's a lot easier to do that. But if you're dealing with data that's constantly changing, that can be a little bit of a challenge. But if you're just not having to worry about, maybe just data updating daily, I found that's been the best approach. But either way, you've got the connectors that you can work with. Yep. I will say there's a lot more connectors now for Dynamics and of course other stuff. I will say sometimes it's been a little buggy, but I was dealing with them when the connectors were brand new.
The thing about connectors is unless you're connecting to Office data or Microsoft 365 data, the connectors, you're going to wind up requiring a premium license.
Premium license, yep.
Yeah. So that's just something to think about.
You can create a custom connector though, and that will not require premium.
Oh, okay. That's cool.
Yeah.
Very good.
So you can create your own custom connector.
All right. Now, the WEBCON way of handling external data is a little bit different in that the data that's part of the application is considered internal and you don't need to connect to it at all because you're creating it. However, when you get at external data, that we would use connections for. Let me show you what it looks like. So in other words, this risk management solution that we just built, okay, all the data you're seeing here, this isn't living in another place. Technically, it's being stored in SQL Server and it's being surfaced inside of a web page. But here is a similar risk management solution that was built earlier, and I have it sitting inside of a SharePoint site. It's a set of web parts to show pending tasks and buttons for starting new risks and forms and reports and all that. And here's the same information living in Teams and so on and so forth. So this would be items that you're responsible for working on, or tasks, or all items in one way, shape, or form. And there they are. But again, all of this is what I would call internal data because it's SQL Server data maintained by the application. If you really wanted to get at data that lives in another place, you do it here. There's a second tab called Data Sources. And so we have what you're basically doing is building up a catalog of your own connections. And that starts with this. Connection details for getting at different SQL data sources, Oracle data sources, SOAP, REST, or SharePoint data sources. So in this particular case, I wanted to get at some SQL Server data, and I registered one SQL Server source using these criteria. And I also have a different set of criteria for the production version of the same database. When I deploy this, and I say I'm deploying to production as opposed to deploying to dev or to test, we'll use these connection details automatically as we move it across. But yeah, the first thing I do is make a connection to a source. And then the second thing I do is define a query that makes use of that data source. And in the case of a SQL connection, I will express it as a SQL statement, and then I can test it to make sure it works. And once I have created an external data source, I am free to come over here and use that anywhere I see fit. So for example, here under risk classification, I could have pointed at that same external data source just as easily as it had been internal data. It just shows up that way. Let's see. What are some of the other key things here? Oh, right. Other forms of data sources. So that's a SQL data source. That one's easy. Here is a, let's see. Here's where I grab some data from Salesforce. It's not Microsoft Dynamics CRM, but here's the details for authenticating with Salesforce, and I have different settings depending on what stage I'm in. And then here is a set of contacts using this particular REST query. And for that matter, if I want to test it, here's all my Salesforce data. We're intelligent about caching the data and paging it and all that and filtering it and all that other good stuff too. So I can have data sources coming from SharePoint. Here is, in which case it'll be expressed. If I use graph, I'll just make it a REST request. If I use, this is a classic SharePoint Web Services or SharePoint REST API call, but we express the query, or at least the filtering criteria, with CAML.
So, I mean, of course, this is more advanced, right? It's, and this is kind of the ways that I have to, this is, you know, I used to do camel queries and stuff with connectors. And I think this is, like you said, I mean, we're showing you everything. And I think this is where Power Platform shines on the connector side. Because
absolutely.
Got the connector. But you can connect the data sources, which is awesome here.
The thing I would say is a lot of the time a canned connector, and the Power Platform is not unique in this respect. Zapier, if this,
Yep.
then that.
Yep.
Everybody's got
That's
the following problem. Inevitably, a canned connector is probably going to miss a function you really wanted it to call, at which point you're going to need to drop to using a web service call anyway.
Yep.
The nice thing, what we have done is, if you do it once, then it becomes saved as a data source and can be reused over and over again. If I never want to look at this query again or this query again, I don't need to. I just need to point to it and use it over and over again in multiple applications.
Yep.
In fact, if I want to see where it's being used, I just need to open this up and see usage, and it'll show me where, in which reports, in which forms, in which fields, in which everything I'm using a connection or a data source or anything really.
What I really like is the fact that you can change the data source based upon your prod tests and your different environments.
We can do that, and changing the data source doesn't break the application.
Mm-hmm.
And actions are used for write back type stuff. So next item, compliance and governance. I think we're just going to, well, I'll show you a couple things. So audit trails. If you're going to run something, somebody through something, let's see, this initial one was accepted after going back and forth a couple of times. All right, I'm going to show you the audit trail for this. There it is. This went back and forth several different times until it was finally accepted. And here's every change that was made as it moved along the way to every single field. Remember, we went through this one before it was finalized, or before we had these fields, so they're empty. But we can even go so far as to show you what the form looked like as we moved through the steps. And at least you see the comments building up. So if you need to provide something that will survive an audit, this is a lot easier than combing through log entries in an event log. We do have an event log. We're just rendering it automatically without doing extra work. I didn't have to write this into my application or anything to that effect. That's how we handle auditing. My understanding of Power Automate is I would have to add extra steps to my flow to write entries to a different table I'm using for that purpose, and then I would need to build a Power App to visualize that data. Am I overthinking it, or is that kind of what has to be done? I'm wondering if Christina's mic is muted.
Hello, let's try this again. Okay, good. So see, I'm tired. I'm going to bed right after this. They've got the new compliance center that has been released, and of course they're adding more and more functionality to it.
Oh, good.
There's supposed to be, and I haven't dove into this yet because the only thing I've been dealing with at the moment is the actual record management side with the compliance center and dealing with that and the information governance. But there is supposed to be ways now that you're going to be able to do auditing for the Power Platform.
Oh, good. All right, good.
Yeah. And there's also the Center of Excellence or something like that. So and I think that's on the Azure side. That's also things that you can do for auditing. So there's more and more stuff that's coming out, or I mean, not coming out, but I meant that's available. I just haven't dove into it yet.
Fantastic. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's move on. Privileges and privacy. We kind of showed you some of this already. Who may design, who may use, all of this information. Sorry?
Are you sharing the screen?
I thought I was. Do you not see my screen?
No, because I was sharing the compliance center.
Oh, gotcha. Sorry.
We're both tired.
There we go.
Yeah.
All right. So privileges and privacy. Who may design, who may use, and how do you handle personally identifiable data? The way we do it in WEBCON land is who may design is based on a licensing scheme, and then who may use, you get to determine privileges at different levels of granularity for the application as a whole, and then individual processes inside of an application. You also have the option of editing specific privileges for those. And you can actually vary them by business entity and all that other good stuff. And you can narrow it down to special privileges per workflow, per form, per instance, and so on. And then in terms of privacy, if you indicate that this is a personal data dictionary, when you are cleaning it or making it available to other people for query purposes, you can either anonymize or delete instances or choose not to change it based on what settings are there. So GDPR is wired into the DNA. And substitutions and delegations, that was one other thing about this. If you wanted to indicate who is someone to take over your stuff while you are gone, or you wanted to do this for one of your direct reports if you're a manager, you can do this across the board for everybody or have specific exceptions made for specific processes. And if you are assigned a task, one of your many options is to, if it's been enabled, is a button that would appear up here called Delegate, where you could just give it to another person. That's how we do it. What are your options in Power Platform land for some of this stuff?
So there's been updates to a lot of the actions in Power Automate. So there's capabilities now to there's becoming more and more capabilities to be able to delegate and do certain things. I don't think you can run without, there's some stuff you still can't do yet, but it's getting better.
Cool.
Yeah.
All right.
It's getting better.
Monitoring. Look, the main thing is you're monitoring system health for sure. You're monitoring things like stuck processes. You're monitoring things like impending timeouts. This is actually far more important in Power Automate, where things have a 30-day limit. And monitoring sub workflows. So the way you would do that with, let's just do a couple of quick things with the wonderful world of WEBCON. How about if you're talking about monitoring, I can look for things like cyclical action or archiving instances or system usage analysis. All of this information is extremely available to me, although I need to refresh it there we go. I can look at everybody's activity no matter what they've been up to. If, again, we haven't blocked personally identifiable information and so on and so forth. So yes, I can look for stuck instances or cyclical actions or any forms of misbehavior. And then when it came to what was the other thing here? Oh, monitoring sub workflows. You've got a couple of options. One of my favorites, let me grab a different one. How about, yeah, let's do this. This involved marketing campaigns. And if you wanted to track what was going on in a sub workflow, all sub workflows that are spawned by this workflow, they can be examined one at a time. So you can either just look at it from a very high level. This is the same kind of form you would see in a mobile app, or you can expand it and drill down into it and then pop back to its parent, as the case may be. In fact, if you're in a sub workflow and you want to check out its parent, there are the details.
Peter had a question about being able to use WEBCON BPS with SharePoint on-prem.
Oh yeah.
And I said yes, and I know didn't you have different installation instructions based upon the type of environment? Or is that also or you can use the BPS against on-prem and SharePoint Online, and then the differences on the installation is if you didn't want BPS.
It's got 3 deployment models and then 2 installation models. So for deployment, you can deploy it on premises on servers in your data center, or you can deploy it, or you don't have to deploy it at all. You can just go to our multi-tenant software as a service offering and subscribe to it, in which case it's just turnkey. And there's actually a third approach, which is halfway between them, which is install it on virtual machines running in your Azure tenant or AWS tenant or something like that. And therefore, it's like having a private cloud instance. And then when we're talking about installation models, there are 2 techniques. Technique number 1 is the modern approach, in which the user interface is a standalone portal that is both a website all by itself, but it's also a remote UI component server. And that has no technical dependencies on anything other than SQL Server and .NET. That's what you've been looking at so far. It will display its stuff inside of lots of other environments, but that's the more modern cloud-friendly approach. But it also works completely on premises quite nicely. And then the second approach is the classic approach. WEBCON for many, many years, although it had an engine that ran independently and nicely, and although it maintained its data inside of SQL Server tables, its user interface was entirely done inside of SharePoint. You configured it inside of Central Admin, and then all the pages were classic pages living inside of sites and site collections and so on. You administered it in SharePoint, you used it in SharePoint, the UI was done with SharePoint assets. It was basically a service app. It could still be installed that way, but today, even people running it on premises, if they're installing it for the first time, typically go with a modern style deployment.
So you have many different approaches and ways that you can actually, for the WEBCON side, and then also you can use it against your SharePoint on-premises data.
Yep, and it's if you're going from on-premises to online, you can migrate back and forth between them. It's consistent technology in all locations.
Cool.
All right. Metrics. This is to ensure the application makes a difference, how often paths are traversed, how long steps took, what the outcomes were, things like that. The way we do that is, look, the quickest way, this won't do anybody justice, but we have the time we have. All right, here is a workflow model. And if you want to make a use of some analysis, let's turn on auditing. And it'll show how often we went through different paths.
Nice.
In fact, let's turn on analysis, although we haven't had time to collect statistics yet. But if you waited, these happen in batches. But then you'd be able to look at how much time was spent in each one of these steps on averages, and you could open it up and look at statistics. So I can have the information about how the workflow works right in front of me as I'm editing it, because this is still live and still editable. And for anything you want, you can indicate extra metrics to be calculated and passed through and kept in the logs so that it can be analyzed after the fact.
Cool. You are out of time.
Archiving and migration. Let's see. Yeah, I kind of already mentioned that. Well,
yeah, you did.
Do it.
Yeah, you did.
And what's left? Deployment and change management. Look,
kind of talked about that too. Remember, I put that out of order.
We did in all cases. So essentially, yep, making changes, synchronizing everything already in flight, done. Surfacing solutions, we've talked about that already too. Actually, look, I like both platforms in this particular respect. A ton of work's been done by the SharePoint people and the Teams people to make the Power Platform look like a native part of those environments. And we've done a ton of work to make us look like we belong in there.
You can actually add a Power App as an app. There's an option to add to Teams in the UI when you're in your apps.
Oh, nice.
You can add it as an app that can be pinned directly in Teams.
So you don't have
the other option you have is to have it as a tab within Teams, but you can
or
have it as it'll give you a zip file that you upload. Say that again.
Or use it as the UX for a list.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay, cool. All right. Views of multiple applications. We've talked about this already too. What's left? Change-driven solutions. Look, all I will say is this. Very few people know what an application should be when they start out. Some people have a picture of how it looks now, but almost no one knows what it should become. We advocate not trying to get it right the first time. So rather than doing a ton of brainstorming meetings, because change is so easy for us, we think build a solution iteratively. Get something out there so that people can criticize it and suggest changes and then apply them. Because what we imagine and what we actually want when we observe something and want to modify it are two very different things. It's better to observe than to imagine. Well, initial imagination is fine, but I find observations to be much more reliable than speculation. And trying to build something big all at once doesn't work well. Delivering something and then continuously improving it with lots of short cycles, well, that sounds a lot like agile development, and it is. It's just applied to low-code, no-code stuff. To get the wisdom of a crowd, put the solution in front of a crowd and start listening. Release them when they work, not when they're perfect. And if you're going to change it a lot, you need change-friendly infrastructure. You can use anyone's tools, but you're going to work a lot harder if you aren't using change-friendly tools. Last but not least, final advice. Business process is an overused term. Marketing people abuse it to death. It means something in particular. Just keep that in mind. It's not to say that business process is better than automation. It's that they're two different things, and optimized tools for the right task are our best piece of advice. Business process solutions can be built with anything given enough work, but there are options within the Power Platform to do this. They aren't free. There are options throughout the digital process automation marketplace. We're fond of ours. But automation projects can morph into business processes eventually, especially if they graduate from it being something you do to solve a little problem of your own. Someone sees it, they want it too. Suddenly you think about involving other things, and it builds and builds and builds and gradually becomes a business process. Something to keep in mind. With that, I want to thank everybody for attending this and checking it out. I want to thank Christina big time for being my partner in crime on this. And I want to open up the floor for any last questions.
Yeah, thank you. Really, both Fitz and I did not sleep yet.
Yeah, I'm about to crash for a few
So
hours.
him and I, after we're done, we're both crashing. Really, thank you guys. I hope that great. I hope that you gained a lot from this. Like I said, I love the Power Platform. I love WEBCON. I think that they're both phenomenal, and that they both have a fit for different things you need to do for your business.
Super.
Cool.
Well, thank you, everybody. Have a great rest of your day. Please go to the networking reception tomorrow. And if it has not been obvious, there is one other thing that I want to call attention to. Where is it? Here we go. Where was I? Ah, okay. Fill this out. You'll get additional collab coins for tomorrow's networking day. Because the way networking day works is you visit different places and you get collaboration coins, collab coins everywhere you stop. The more collab coins you have, the better the chance you have for winning these prizes.
Can you put that link in the chat window for everybody?
I sure can.
There we go.
Oh, come on. There we go.
It's because we're tired.
Yeah. There we go.
You get to see
there we
what
go. Hang
and I are like on sleep deprivation.
On the case.
All right, we're getting there. Oh wait, you did give me the slides. Hold on.
There we go.
There we go.
Go visit that. You'll get 3 collab coins.
Yes, absolutely. Yes. It was great meeting everybody virtually. Alia, I can't even say your name right because I'm so tired. I can't wait to see you again in person. I've missed all you guys. I've missed you guys. So I've had memories popping up. Fitz, I had memory popping up from your birthday in Amsterdam from
Oh,
like
yeah.
2017. So I'm gonna have to repost that after I get sleep. So thank you, everybody, and thanks, Fitz, for having me. I enjoyed doing this session.
Likewise.
All right.
All right. Thanks, everybody.
All right.
Great
We're
rest
off to
of your
bed.
day. Great rest of your year.
Bye,
Bye
everybody.
now.
Thank you.